teachers. We can become each other's biggest cheerleader and supporters.
Ladies and gentlemen, the AVPN Global Conference will begin in 10 minutes. Please make your way to the main plenary auditorium. Thank you.
Asia is home to some of the most diverse cultures and the fastest-growing economies of the world. It offers an ever-growing number of untapped opportunities to positively impact underserved populations, early-stage innovations, and underfunded sectors. AVPN is the largest network of social investors in Asia, comprising over 600 funders and resource providers across 33 markets. We build ecosystems to increase the flow of capital and resources towards impact in the continent. For us, social investment is a continuum of capital-encompassing philanthropy, impact investing, blended finance, CSR, and sustainable investment. We started as a neutral platform built to foster meaningful relationships between organizations with a shared drive. Our mission is to catalyze a more strategic, outcomes-focused, and collaborative approach to social investing. AVPN organizes over 100 global events annually for members to meet, engage, and act on topics such as gender equality, healthcare and well-being, climate action, and youth. Our focus is to unlock the potential for collaborations between unlikely allies. Every year, AVPN Global Conference hosts more than 1,500 participants from over 46 markets to immerse in an engaging program of enriching plenaries, dynamic live showcases, and interactive workshops. This annual event continues to grow more diverse each year. Multi-sector collaboration is at the heart of everything that we do. We break down silos and encourage collaboration across private, public, and people sectors to improve the effectiveness of our work in Asia. In 2021, we launched our first philanthropic pooled fund. Since then, we have gone on to mobilize millions through pooled and single donor funds to over 50 nonprofits across Asia Pacific, covering issues from mental health, sustainability, STEM education, women economic empowerment, and more. With AVPN Academy, we enable our members and the people in our network to accelerate their social investment learning journey by encouraging knowledge sharing and leveraging the wisdom of on-ground experts and practitioners. It is our belief that openness and learning from one another is vital for creating a larger impact. Be a part of the AVPN journey. Together, let's work on a more impactful and better tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, the AVPN Global Conference is about to begin. Please make your way to the main plenary auditorium. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to Impact Investing Day at the AVPN Global Conference 2025. I am Ramkumar Venkatramani, Director Impact Investing at AVPN.
各位嘉賓早晨，歡迎參與2025年 AVPN 全球大會嘅第二日，亦都係我哋嘅影響力投資日。我係 AVPN 氣候行動總監楊松榮 Patrick， 好榮幸今日繼續用粵語同大家開場。
尊敬的各位來賓，大家早上好，歡迎來到2025年 AVPN 全球大會第二日，即影響力投資日。我是 AVPN 影響力投資總監吳曉寧，很榮幸擔任今天的司儀。
Before we get into the details of today's session, quick reminder that you can use our AI translation tools by scanning the QR code on the slides and choosing the language you want to hear or read in.
喺正式開始之前，提醒大家，掃描會場屏幕上面嘅二維碼，就可以使用 AI 翻譯工具，選擇需要收聽或者睇字幕嘅語言。
在進入正式議程之前，提醒您通過掃描會場屏幕上方的二維碼，獲取 AI 翻譯軟件，並選擇希望收聽或觀看的頻道。
Now in its third year, Impact Investing Day is reaching unprecedented interest and scale. While Asia powers global economic growth, it still faces a $1.5 trillion annual financing gap. Building on the insights from global philanthropic readers on day one, today we will spotlight how investing can drive sustainable and inclusive growth.
喺 AVPN 設立嘅第三屆影響力投資日，今次我哋喺議題設計上面同埋嘉賓陣容上面都達到前所未有嘅廣度、深度同埋高度。亞洲作為全球經濟增長嘅核心引擎，仍然面臨住每年大約1.5萬億美元嘅發展融資缺口。喺尋日圍繞慈善公益嘅討論基礎之上，今日我哋將會聚焦喺點樣利用金融工具推動亞洲嘅可持續同埋包容性增長。
作為 AVPN 第三屆影響力投資日，本次論壇在議題設置及嘉賓陣容上達到了前所未有的廣度、深度及高度。亞洲作為全球經濟增長的核心引擎，在仍然面臨每年約1.5萬億美元的發展融資缺口。在昨天慈善公益領域討論的基礎上，今天我們將聚焦如何通過金融工具推動亞洲的可持續及包容性增長。
This morning's plenaries will feature global leaders in impact investing and sustainable finance, sharing their wisdom and expertise. In the afternoon, we will continue the conversation with deep dives that provide fresh insight, practical help, and opportunities for collaboration.
喺今朝嘅環節，我哋將會聽到全球各界領袖分享有關影響力投資同埋可持續金融嘅真知灼見。下晝我哋將會邀請到國際同埋本地嘅專家就相關議題進入深入嘅探討。
今天上午，我們將聆聽全球各界領袖分享影響力投資和可持續金融的真知灼見。下午，我們邀請到海內外各領域專家，就多個相關議題展開深入討論。
To kick off the Impact Investing Day, we would like to invite Vikas Arora, Chief of Impact Investing and Blended Finance at AVPN, to deliver the welcome speech.
首先，我哋有請今日嘅第一位嘉賓 AVPN 影響力投資與混合金融首席 Vikas Arora 先生致歡迎詞。
首先有請今天的第一位致辭嘉賓 AVPN 影响力投资与混合融资首席 Vikas Arora 先生。
Please join me in welcoming Vikas Arora to the stage.
Zaoshan, Hong Kong. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and fellow changemakers. Welcome to our Impact Investing Day at the AVPN Global Conference. It's inspiring to see such a diverse group of investors, funders, and ecosystem leaders gathered here under the theme Asian Leadership for an Inclusive World. If the last decade proved that impact investing could go mainstream, the decade ahead will be defined by how Asia leads, how our capital, our leadership, and our values can shape a more inclusive and sustainable world. Not long ago, impact investing was a niche, but today, with over $1.6 trillion in assets under management worldwide, it's growing at a CAGR of over 20%. Institutional investors that once treated impact as an experiment are now embedding it in core portfolios. Blended finance, once a small innovation, has certainly scaled. This structuring approach has helped mobilize over $200 billion for impact at scale. Accountability is non-negotiable now. Investors are no longer asking, why impact? They're asking, show me the evidence. But frankly, what excites me the most is how these global shifts are being reimaged here in Asia. We are not just adopting trends, we are reshaping them to reflect our demographics, varied cultures, and capital markets. Local capital is stepping up. Youthful demographics are driving innovation. Climate finance is taking root. And old traditions of giving are transitioning to investing with impact. And we don't need to look far for examples. Japan issued the first sovereign transition bond in 2024, raising approximately $11 billion, making it a dominant issuer globally. China is now one of the world's largest issuers of green and sustainable bonds. Malaysia pioneered the first green sukuk back in 2017, and today, along with Indonesia, is a dominant player in this space globally. Meanwhile, Singapore continues to be a leading center for impact, innovation, and sustainability. On the other hand, India has tested some of the world's most innovative pay-for-success models. The Educate Girls Impact Bond, the Samrid Healthcare Blended Financing Facility. These instruments show how different pools of capital can converge to finance healthcare and education. In West Asia, sovereign funds and family offices are deploying patient capital into food security, renewables, and women entrepreneurship. These deals certainly signal how Asia is stepping into leadership by creating models that reflect our varied realities. But from my perspective, leadership does not happen in isolation. For ideas to scale, we need platforms that connect the dots between capital owners and entrepreneurs, between governments and innovators, and between Asia and the rest of the world. And this is where AVPN plays a crucial role. Our mission is to connect, to amplify, and enable the flow of capital. Our current initiatives for the impact investing and blended finance team reflect exactly that. We've launched a knowledge center to deliver actionable, data-driven intelligence for investors. With Impact Frontiers, we have forged a multi-year agreement to build the impact measurement and management practice for LPs, GPs, and investee companies. We are also deepening our engagement with family offices, exploring their role in deploying catalytic capital. These initiatives are designed to accelerate the flow of capital to where it's needed the most. Which brings us to today. The Impact Investing Day is not about passive listening, it's about co-creating solutions. Together, we'll explore how catalytic capital can de-risk deals and attract private investments, how blended finance can multiply the effect of public and philanthropic funds, how impact measurement and management can move from theory to practice, and how Asia's capital owners can lead the charge in financing SDGs. So I invite each one of you to engage with openness, ask tough questions, challenge the status quo, and of course, share your experiences. Because the future of impact investing in Asia will not be built by a single actor or a single deal. It'll be built by all of us working together as a connected ecosystem. That, to me, is what Asian leadership for an inclusive world must look like. Thank you and welcome once again to AVPN's Impact Investing Day 2025. And now it's my distinct honor and privilege to invite our keynote speaker, Governor Rashid of Bank Negara, Malaysia. His distinguished career includes representing Malaysia at the IMF and at the Bank of International Settlements, and of course, for advancing Malaysia's leadership in global finance. Dr. Rashid.
Thank you, Vikas, for the kind introduction. Let me build on what you have said. Ms. Naina, CEO of AVPN, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning. It is a pleasure to be here today. We are now a quarter way into the Asian century. The question is no longer whether Asia will grow, but how we will grow, and whether the prosperity we create will be one without regret. Because with great growth comes great responsibility. Despite remarkable advances, prosperity across our region remains uneven. Hundreds of millions have entered the middle class, yet too many are still left behind in informal work, with limited access to finance or social protection. At the same time, planetary pressures are mounting. Asia is the world's growth engine and increasingly a major driver of global emissions. It is also where climate impacts are felt acutely. As advanced economies recalibrate their sustainability agendas, Asia cannot afford to slow down. In fact, this is our moment to accelerate, not to compete, but to ensure our vulnerabilities do not widen. The paradox is clear. The same forces that are driving Asia's rise could, if left unchecked, undermine its future. Yet, even with these challenges, Asia has what it takes to build a prosperity that is inclusive and sustainable. First, the world center of economic gravity has already shifted east. It is expected to sit between India and China in less than 5 years, decades earlier than once predicted by my fellow Malaysians, Professor Danny Quah. Asia today already accounts for over 60% of global growth. Intra-ASEAN trade now exceeds trade between Asia and the rest of the world, and is expected to grow by $400 billion annually in the coming years. Second, we sit on a vast pool of long-term capital. Our region is always associated with a high savings rate, with state-run pension systems, sovereign wealth funds, and family-owned conglomerates. These have both the capacity and the mandate to think in decades, not in quarters. In countries like Malaysia and Indonesia, for example, the depth of Islamic finance adds a distinctive reservoir of patient risk-sharing capital. Third, behind this structural advantage lies a cultural one. In much of Asia, the self is understood through relationship and duties within the long-term interdependent moral order. Here, tradition and social harmony matter more than individual autonomy. If aligned with today's challenges, these cultural instincts, expressed through our capital structures, give Asia a unique advantage to mobilize capital for lasting prosperity without regret. Within the Asia story, ASEAN is becoming a central chapter. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations is emerging as a steady source of growth in an increasingly uncertain and multipolar world. Today, ASEAN is already the world's fifth largest economy. Its combined GDP of more than $3.9 trillion and projected to exceed $5 trillion before 2030 will put it behind only the US, China, Germany by the end of the decade. Underpinning this momentum is a growing population of 670 million people with a median age of 30, and this decade, ASEAN is expected to add over 130 million middle-class consumers, and this is equivalent of creating a new Japan. What is striking is not only the scale, but the resilience of growth. While not a straight line, GDP growth has averaged 4.8% for the past 2 decades through financial crisis, pandemic, and a shifting global order. This resilience is why ASEAN is at the heart of global supply chain, from agro-commodities to semiconductors and natural resources to new frontiers in batteries. This past year, as part of Malaysia's chairmanship of ASEAN, I have seen unprecedented interest in the region. From Hanoi to Denpasar, leaders in business and government have been leaning in for greater regional integration. But beyond trade within ASEAN, there is growing interest for investment and strategic partnership with Southeast Asia. Rising risk premia in the West, amid the changing geopolitical landscape and new trade linkages, together with Southeast Asia's growth trajectory, makes our markets increasingly attractive. Here, there are immense opportunities for impactful investment. Take, for instance, electricity consumption per capita in ASEAN, which on average is about 3,500 kilowatt hours, and this is far below the 6,000 kilowatt hour benchmark for a modern economy. At the rate which ASEAN countries have been building power generation capabilities, it will take them between 21 and 327 years to reach this level of electrification, even if they relied on coal. This is why the ASEAN Power Grid is a breakthrough and transformative, meeting rising demand and powering growth while leapfrogging to cleaner, more connected energy systems. Some markets in the region can serve as safe launchpads. They carry the same challenges common across ASEAN, but with the stability and financial depth to de-risk innovation. And Malaysia is certainly one of them. But the frontier is only valuable if capital can flow and models can scale, as what was mentioned by Vikas earlier. Governments today are carrying heavy fiscal burdens, the highest in recorded history, exceeding $100 trillion. And given the immensity of the sustainable development challenge that we face, This finite fiscal space means public budgets alone cannot finance this transition that we need. However, Asia today mobilizes less blended finance for infrastructure than Africa. This is not because the opportunities are lacking, but because risks are insufficiently priced and pipelines are underprepared. But if we can present the region's challenges not as unknowns but as quantified risks, we can unlock the vast pools of capital which is already sitting in Asia. And here, Islamic finance offers a structural advantage, giving us ready-made infrastructure for risk sharing. Sukuk tied to real assets, profit and loss partnerships, zakat and wakaf as catalytic first loss. This is a financial architecture built for blended finance. In markets like Malaysia and Indonesia, where Islamic finance is mature, the foundations are ready. The question is, what might we build together on top of it? The second imperative is to build platforms for inclusive productivity. Technology has allowed us to reach people once beyond the financial frontier. Innovations like well-interlinked payment systems, eKYC, and open data protocols are bringing in millions of people out of informal systems. Digitalization and AI are helping us manage risk better, reducing funding costs, and enabling more tailored services. But inclusion must go beyond access and efficiency. Credit must flow into assets that build resilience and productivity, not just consumption. We already see sparks of this. In Malaysia, we have a program called iTekad, which in Malay means I am determined to be successful. And this program is offering blended financial solutions to micro entrepreneurs. These are de-risked by grants and seed capital, some of which is from zakat, a form of obligatory almsgiving in Islam, used to support the poor and needy. iTekad also offers structured training on relevant business skills and has improved the well-being for more than 9,000 micro-entrepreneurs that participated in the program, dignifying them not only with increased revenue, but also the ability to create jobs for others. Some who began at roadside stalls, they now serve international markets. Imagine if we could scale structures like this across Asia, promoting inclusive growth and lifting millions from survival to enterprise. Third, we need to back ecosystems, not just one-off projects. In the 20th century, Asian governments famously employed industrial policy to pick winners. From steel to shipbuilding and microchips to K-pop, this approach produced miracles. But the sustainable development paradox we face today is too complex and capital intensive for the state alone. What we now need is not so much industrial policy, but industrial co-creation. Again, I think Mr. Vikas touched on this as well, where governments convene corporates, financiers, technologies, and communities to co-design ecosystem solutions. Malaysia is beginning to model this. The Climate Finance Lab, or CFIL, is now open for business to prototype new financial solutions for climate and nature-related projects. The Greening Value Chain, or the GVC initiative, is aligning anchor corporates with their SME suppliers to decarbonize entire supply chains through financing and technical support. These are early signs of this new kind of industrial co-creation. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, Asia has what it takes to address the immense challenges we face today. It is through platforms like the AVPN, where funders across all pools of capital converge with innovators and policymakers, that these strengths can be aligned and further amplified. It will be because we, here in this room today, choose to creatively deploy our abilities to build lasting prosperity, which generations to come will look back on without regret. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, thank you for the invitation once again, and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Governor Rashid and Vikas, for the inspiring speeches. Also, thanks, Patrick, for the joint opening. Ram and I will guide you through the rest of the morning in English. The next plenary will discuss how Asia can harness the opportunities in sustainable development while overcoming funding gaps and regulatory hurdles.
Please join us in welcoming Mr. Bhargav Dasgupta, Vice President, Market Solutions, Asian Development Bank, Mr. Surendra Rosha, Co-CEO of Asia and Middle East, HSBC. The session is moderated by Ms. Oriel Morrison, Chief Strategy Officer, APAC Network.
Welcome to the panel. Thank you. It's wonderful to be here with everybody today. It was a wonderful, fantastic start to the day's conference. Gentlemen, I was listening to Vikas's words, very powerful words to start the conference this morning. And one of the statements he made was, he said, the question was, show me the evidence. People were asking for the evidence. I feel like today, the question should really be, show me the money, not show me the evidence. Makes me think of Tom Cruise. Might be a bit early for Tom Cruise, but it makes me think of Tom Cruise. Bhargav, you said to me this morning when we were talking before, the question should be, why just 1.7 trillion? So I'm going to put that question to you. Why just 1.7 trillion?
So again, first, thank you for having me here. It's wonderful to be here and a great privilege. But, Oriel, the question really is, when can we get to that 1.7 trillion before we dream about the next 1.7 trillion? I think the point that Governor Ghaffur also made and Vikas also made is that from the time that we started talking about some of these things, we are seeing reasonable progress. Should we be happy about the progress? I would argue we should not be. I think we could do a lot more. And I think from a timing perspective, we've been talking about the financing gap, the crisis that we have in terms of climate. I think we have other stresses that are developing in the ecosystem. And again, Governor talked about the balance sheet stress on the sovereign side. I think we need to find ways to partner together and achieve the 1.7 trillion sooner than what we have been, at a pace faster than what we've been doing today.
How?
I think doing more of this. I think what I can share with you is that at least from an ADB perspective, one of the things that we've focused a lot more on for, I would say, maybe the last couple of years, since our midterm strategy last year particularly, is to focus a lot more on the private sector side. And again, the objective of our business teams when they go out is not balance sheet lending on our own balance sheet. The entire objective of the team is how do we mobilize more, and people are measured on that. And we are seeing tremendous change. I mean, in the last 2 years, I can speak for ourselves, our volume of mobilization has doubled in 2 years. And in the MDB ecosystem, it's pretty unusual to see this kind of growth. But what is even more interesting is the aspiration that we've set for ourselves to quadruple this number in 4 years by 2030. And we are obviously gearing up to achieve that in terms of partnerships, in terms of funding, in terms of resources, in terms of approaches that we are looking at, innovative approaches, and I'm sure we'll talk about all of that. But clearly, at least from within ADB, we are seeing a lot of transition and a lot of change in focus to do exactly what we are talking about doing here, largely through working with private sector across all types of the entire stack of capital providers.
Rosha, this is very much your ballgame. You've been doing this for a long time. When it comes to Bhargav's comments, and my question initially, show me the money, how do we bridge that funding gap? What is your role in this conversation?
Firstly, thank you for having me here. This is a great platform, by the way, to drive collaboration. And I think that collaboration is really going to be critical for us to meet that gap and accelerate at pace, as Bhargav has described. And for me, one of the key points about this is not trying to do it all by yourself. Really, it's about being, whether you're collaborating with institutions like the ADB, with others across the ecosystem, with family offices, with customers, to help connect, to take proofs of concept that have worked in one industry to another, or from one geography to another. So that role of connecting is what an organization like ours that operates in 60 markets, 18 of them in Asia Pacific, another 8 in the Middle East, can do. And that's the value we can bring. So from my point of view, there is a traditional piece of banking that we do, right? But the customer is moving in a certain direction. They need something that's enabled by collaboration across financial institutions, across the ecosystem. And that's our role, really, to try and amplify and catalyze that.
We've got a platform here today where we can really talk about some of these financial solutions, which I want to delve into. But before we do that, Rosha, how difficult has it been to change hearts and minds? Because that's where we have to start. Now, this is a very different place to where we were even 5 years ago. I mean, look at the growth of the AVPN Global Conference that we've seen in the last few years. You can see how hearts and minds are changing, but we're not there yet. And the speed of that is probably not fast enough. So from your perspective, from a bank's perspective, has that been difficult? And is it getting easier?
So from my perspective, and I think, the governor touched on this really well in the context of the cultural landscape in Asia, or the social landscape in Asia, and how that helps. So changing hearts and minds is not the issue. It's about bringing proof points of success. So it's taking it from the 50,000 feet to transactions, to being able to do deals that deliver the outcomes, the KPIs that people want.
Which then changes the hearts and minds.
Which then amplifies that change. Yes, indeed, it does. Yeah.
Bhargav, from your perspective, I mean, part of your role is really to come up with these financial solutions, which then catalyzes this type of investment. So again, to Rosha's point, is this evidence-based for you? How difficult is it for you to actually catalyze that kind of engagement?
Completely agree with Rosha, but let me step back and maybe give you the approach that we are taking in ADB, because one is exactly what Rosha is talking about, because you need to show proof for people to, amplify the investments that they're making. But before getting into that, let me just kind of explain what we are trying to do in ADB. Traditionally, we've been partners to, DMC's developing member countries in this region, about 40 of them. And a lot of our lending has been to the sovereign side of the business. But what we are now doing, as I said, trying to shift a lot more. While we continue to finance sovereigns, we shift to the non-sovereign side. But with the sovereign, one of the targets that we've set for ourselves is, of all the finances that we do, 40% of those projects for the sovereign side have to have a private sector development angle. Which is a very large stretch in a sense in terms of creating the markets, because one is you do transactions, but you also have to amplify and create the policy environment for amplification. So it comes from that perspective. The second is again, I think Governor touched upon this, is the number of bankable transactions. So how do you create more deals for the market to finance? So we call that our midstream part of the bank, where we work with governments to look at projects that maybe initially the thought was for government to finance it themselves, for us to bring in, make the project bankable by maybe looking at some advisory work, but also looking at some concessional finance, and make it more bankable so that the balance sheet pressure goes away and you bring in private sector. And I'll give you a small example, which is more concrete. So this particular team runs with a grant fund, we call it AP3F, Asia Pacific Project Preparation Fund, roughly $90 million. Through that fund, we've actually raised about close to $4 billion of private sector financing. So a multiplier effect of 400 times. That's the power of some of these things. Beyond what Rosha just talked about and what I said in terms of our own targets, which we are saying should be 4 times of what we've been doing till last year by 2030, which is the work on actual deals. And again, I completely agree that we need to keep doing more deals and make it more. The proof of concept is very important.
And this is not just a talk, right? So between the two of you, you've formed a partnership and are working on certain initiatives together, which just shows that it can be done. Rosha, from your perspective, related to what Bhargav was just saying, what actually works? What are the financial solutions that you have created, that you have been asked to create, which actually works to catalyse this type of impact?
Yes, I'll talk about a partnership we have with Temasek of Singapore. So we set up a joint venture in late 21 called Pentagreen. Last week, the MAS announced the closing of the Global Investment Partnership Fund, first fund, with $510 million. Pentagreen will be the asset manager for that. And that blended finance that has come through public-private institutions, philanthropic institutions, that's where the money's come from, will be used as catalytic capital to really crowd in other investors into deals that are less bankable, that traditional commercial banks like ours may not be able to get over the line, but this element of capital will help us get this done. So I think it's really about thinking through what you can do beyond what your day-to-day is, what your BAU is, to collaborate with like-minded partners to then deliver these solutions. We talked about micro enterprises, SMEs. I think one of the big challenges we know globally and in Asia as well is the sort of concentration of wealth that is happening and the disparity that comes through in many societies. And in many ways, the growth of SMEs is going to be a solution towards that. Now, commercial banks can play a role in that, but when we partner with somebody like ADB in delivering solutions, it certainly is far more impactful and far greater in terms of wider participation of the ecosystem as well. So I think it's really about like-minded partners and solutions around that.
And Bhargav, for you, this is an area of your expertise as well, of course, when we're talking about blended finance, we're talking about catalytic capital and making it work. What's been your experience here? I mean, that was a fantastic example with Temasek. From your experience, what's worked? What hasn't worked?
So what worked? So again, if you think about our role, Rosha and I are friends, so we don't want to compete on the ground. So our approach to financing projects is we don't want to crowd out private sector, right? So we won't do a deal which, let's say, Rosha will do on his balance sheet without any involvement of an MDB like us. So we look at deals which are very difficult to finance, maybe very long tenor, liability that the project needs, maybe difficult markets where maybe the credit appetite is low, maybe bring in blended capital, blended finance to make the deal bankable. So once we do that when a deal happens, then we look at bringing in partners beyond just blended finance. So and a couple of structures that are very popular that we see work, coming to what works, is our B-loan structure, where another borrower can follow and get the benefit of our special status. We obviously do normal syndication to the insurance market and the commercial banking market. But what we are also increasingly seeing is creating platforms. I think that was also a comment in the morning, that we, rather than looking at it deal by deal, we have to work together in creating platforms. And I'll give you maybe 1 or 2 examples. One example which we just launched this year, one of the most difficult markets to provide commercial finance to some of these very important areas, let's say SME finance or micro finance or women entrepreneurs, is, let's say, the Pacifics. Very difficult market. So we've just launched a program called the Wayfinder program, where we've brought in blended finance from our own ADF private sector window, which provides either guarantee or grant or maybe reimburses the hedging cost. So whatever is relevant for that project. So it's flexible. We've looked at providing our own capital, and we are willing to bring in other private sector partners when we do all of that at a transaction level. The second thing that we are supporting those projects are, the cost of diligence is very high, and these are small ticket projects. So we are providing grant financing to compensate for those cost of projects. So there are many such similar structures that we're looking at. Some of the other things are B bonds, I talked about B loans, similar B bonds, or SRTs. And again, anything that we do, we will look at the impact of that investment in terms of how much we can leverage the capital that we are providing.
What hasn't worked, Bhargav?
What hasn't worked is, we hope, is something that will work. It's not as if it hasn't worked. It hasn't worked till now. I think some of the things that we're talking about, let's say on the equity side, on the catalytic capital for equity, I think that's something that we're still working on. We haven't done anything yet. We've done a small fund, but nothing large to speak about. And I think what really we want to see is scale up of some of these things that we are doing. We are even willing to provide, partial credit guarantee to the sovereign to support their commitment to a project. So maybe it's an offtake risk, it's maybe a curtailment risk. We are providing some of those things. Now, we've seen some deals, but we would love to see a lot more transactions.
Rosha, one of the examples of what a project that needs to be financed here in Asia specifically is renewable energy. Now, I know this is something that is quite close to your heart, but how should an expansion like this be financed? We've been talking about market solutions, blended finance, catalytic capital. This is a significant project that needs to be financed, amongst many others, of course, over the next few years.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think, firstly, there's been quite a bit of mainstreaming of renewable finance now, right? So if you think about 10 years ago to today, the scale at which financing is happening in China or India, etc., it's commercial, it's viable, it can be done. I think we need to think about now beyond just generation capacity to the infrastructure that supports that, storage, the grid. The ASEAN Power Grid that the governor referenced, which is a transformational project and will take a decade or two to come to fruition. I think that's where we need as collectively to start to focus our attention on beyond what has now become commercially viable to what next. What next that supports the ecosystem? Because Asia's energy needs are tremendous, and this is not about one energy source versus another. We need all the sources that we can get to deliver the ambition of many of the sovereigns around the region. So I think this is really about now enabling the energy ecosystem that'll support the demand that sits out there, right? And one example of this is the emergence of data centers now. If you look at Southeast Asia and the amount of consumption capacity that data centers are going to take up, it does amplify the need again for us to get behind this very, very quickly.
And then you put AI on top of that.
Yes.
So, Rosha, when we're talking about these incredible needs, obviously we've talked about partnerships, but regulation plays a key role, and this is something you mentioned earlier on to me as well. What needs to happen when it comes to regulation?
Look, I think for me, I'd say two things that will unlock a lot more potential in the region will be standardization across markets. Now, when I think about ASEAN, there is a need for greater standardization across the ASEAN countries, but it could go beyond that. I think there are regulators that have stepped up to incentivize commercial banks like us to lend into certain sectors through regulatory change. That's important and that should continue, but I think if there is greater standardization and availability of recognition of that standardization as part of the credit process or as part of the assessment process, that will go a long way, not just for banks, but broader investor sets to come in.
And I would imagine, Bhargav, that would certainly help the projects that you're working on and the solutions that you're working on also.
Yeah, absolutely. And before I answer, in terms of the type of projects, if you think about, and Rosha is completely right, we wouldn't be doing a, let's say, simple solar project in India or China, but just as a concrete example, since you had earlier asked me for one, is we, end of 2023, and the project is now complete, we financed a cross-country wind power project, first such project in Asia. This was in Laos, and the offtake was in Vietnam. Roughly almost over $900 million project, $60 million of concessional capital, which basically provided support for the curtailment risk, because it was a take and pay contract. So this project, I think, without the structuring that we did, wouldn't have been bankable. And those are some examples where we could still see some need for clean energy transactions, particularly when we are talking about grid at the generation side. But in general, a lot of the generation projects can be done by private sector. So I agree with Rosha that the area that we need to focus is on the grids, and all of that. Now, on regulation, the approach that we take is, how do we work together? The advantage that we have in ADB is that the private sector and the sovereign sits in the same bank. So the whole idea is, how do we inform policy making through the lens of private sector investment, and vice versa? How do we look at, as I said, 40% of our sovereign projects have to have a private sector element. But equally, when we do a project, if there's certain learnings, can we feed that back at the policy side? But of course, there has to be alignment with the interest of the country. Just because we are saying it doesn't mean that people have to listen to us. But the whole approach that we take is more developmental, and how do we work together collectively with the regulators, with the policymakers in bringing about some of these change. And a lot of things, standards Rosha talked about in the energy market side, capital market side, ASEAN collectively a $4 trillion economy, I think can be a big base of innovation given the amount of capital that is here. But if it works together, trade, standards, digitalization, data standards, lots to be done.
So the message here, with this conversation today is very much around partnerships, which is perfect for where we are here at the AVPN conference. Now, we are out of time. I've been instructed very strictly to remain on time, but I am going to jump in here with just one final question for you. For the leaders that we have in this room today, is there one piece of advice, or is there a partnership invitation that you'd like to extend to anybody here in the room? Rosha?
Well, certainly. I think, look, if there is a opportunity that you think is where we can play a role, or organizations like us, please do reach out. It's not difficult to reach out to HSBC. We are pretty much around most parts of Asia, so it should be easy. But look, the honest truth is that none of us are going to be able to do this ourselves individually, right? So the more we can collaborate, the more Vikas and Nena and others bring us together for conferences like this, is going to be fantastic. Thank you.
No, completely agree. I don't think any one of the constituents can achieve what we need to do in Asia. And I just want to add a sense of urgency. I think all these years we've been talking about the financing gap. I think there are structural dislocations that we are possibly seeing in terms of global flows. And if that happens, we need to correct our own imbalance within Asia. So if you look at our manufacturing, we are about 41% of the world's share of manufacturing, 29% of GDP, 24% of consumption. And if we need to think about lifting people up to increase the consumption, we need to do it fast. And the only way we do it fast is if we come together. I was looking at the list of your partners, and we work with quite a few of the philanthropies, and we don't work with some of the others. So request to the others, reach out to us. We are very happy to work together and create more impact from a development side. Thank you.
Thank you both so much for being with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could put your hands together, please, for our fantastic panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Oriel, Bhargav, and Rosha, for the wonderful discussion. As Asia becomes the fastest growing region for impact investing, strengthening the ecosystem is critical to sustain its long-term development.
In the next panel, we will hear from impact investing leaders from diverse backgrounds to share how the global best practices can converge with regional innovations. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Andrew Shaw, Manager of Programmatic Technical Assistance, FMO, Ms. Elizabeth Boggs-Davison, CEO of GSG Impact, Dr. Ma Jun, Chairman of Hong Kong Green Finance Association, Ms. Vinit Rai, founder of Avishka Group. The session is moderated by Ms. Gu Qing, Senior Program Officer, Ford Foundation.
Good morning, everyone. It's so exciting to see this room full of the leaders and participants for shaping the future of the global impact investing movement. Globally, we've seen this sector evolve from a niche concept now to a mainstream. And also in Asia, it's a very special region. We have over 320 million people living at the bottom of the wealth pyramid. While at the same time, the demand for leveraging private capital for social and environmental challenges in Asia is huge. So this means we face immense challenges, but we also face immense opportunities. What makes this moment special is that Asia isn't just catching up, we're actually starting to lead. So we have 4 leaders who have been at the heart of building the impact investing ecosystem, so influential policy and mobilizing capital. So let's start by learning some of the global lessons from this distinguished panel. So around the world, we've seen different models for impact investing emerge. Some have worked, some hasn't. So in your view, Asia can learn, adapt, and reimagine, that's for sure. So my first question will be for Andrew. You worked on technical assistance and blended structures that crowd in private money. From your perspective, can you share your experience in Ghana, Africa, and how lessons can be learned from it?
Yes, thank you, and good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me. First off, an apology about my title, because when you read my title, you probably don't have a clue about what I do. But basically, my team works on what we call market creation. So that's about supporting those underprepared pipelines of projects and making sure that there are enough projects that are aligned with the type of capital that the different impact investors have. And thank you for the invitation to talk a bit about Ghana. That's something that's sort of been really inspiring for me, because the project is all around bringing local capital to bear into interesting, impactful structures. And I think that that's something where there's a lot of room for cross-pollination, let's say, and learning, both ways, actually. And in this case, the thing that I wanted to sort of bring out to people's attention was that what I really enjoyed about this was that when we went to Ghana, we were thinking, well, what could we do here that would be meaningful, and who would we be working with? And we actually found great partnership with Impact Invest in Ghana, which is part of Elizabeth's network. And for us, what we found inspiring was the local leadership. And we got onto the ground, and we found that a lot of the work had already been done, but it just required a couple of other people around the table. It required some development finance capital, and we also went along with an NGO and a philanthropic foundation. So I'm kind of working on the beginnings of a joke. So if anybody wants to send me a DM to finish the joke begins like this. A development finance institution, a philanthropic foundation, and an NGO walked into a bar, and the party had started. So help me finish the joke with a DM, and come up to me later, and we'll find out what the joke is.
That's wonderful to hear. Yes, local leadership is very important. I'm sure that Dr. Ma Jun agrees with this point. He has been shaping the Great China green finance ecosystem for a long time, and even setting the global standards. So Dr. Ma, from your point of view, how can Asia benefit from the global development of sustainability frameworks and the standard setting?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank AVPN for inviting me to join this important conversation. Now, on the standards framework subject, I've been working on sustainable finance framework for roughly 11, 12 years, and I feel strongly that 4 key pillars are needed. This applies to all kinds of sustainable finance products, including impact investing. Number one, we need to define what sustainable activities are. Otherwise, we'll end up with greenwashing, transition washing, impact washing, all these fake stuff, right? So within the green finance field, we've been working on taxonomy. For example, China was the first to sort of publish the official version of the green bond taxonomy. And now we have 40 different countries with taxonomies. And globally, there's an interoperability exercise, which was led by China and EU. Back 5 years ago, we began to work on common ground taxonomy so that these taxonomies begin to converge and talk to each other. And in the impact investing world, I think there's something like that that's needed, right? You have to define what is impact. And otherwise, everybody claiming, my project is impact generating and may or may not be true, right? That's one thing. The second one is disclosure. If you claim you are green, you are sustainable, you have impact, tell me what kind of benefits you really generate. For example, how much air pollution you reduce, how much carbon you reduce, how many birdies you protected, and what is the social impact, employment generation, all that. So need to be quantifiable and need to be disclosed. And that has to come into initially, I guess, voluntary basis, guidelines and so on, but later on it has to be mandatory. And only by mandatory adoption of disclosure requirements such as ISSB to be implemented in the future, you can compare performance and you can direct funding really to the targeted activities which generate impact. The third one is product and project origination level or sort of innovation. We now have lots of products in the green finance field. Just in one city, which is the green finance pilot city in China called Huzhou, they got 180 different products, meeting all kinds of demand in the green economy. And on origination, I think there's one interesting example which I personally experienced in the Mongolia of China, where they grow grass on desert, right, which is a nature project. And this project has no cash flow and requires the government funding, philanthropy and so on. But they do generate cash flow using 3 new ways of project origination. One is they put solar panel on top of the grass, so sell power, right? Secondly, they raise chicken, so they can sell the chicken meat. And thirdly, they grow Chinese herbs. And Chinese herbs are high value added, they can sell for a lot of money. So the project become bankable and has nature positive impact. This is innovation that we need. That's what I call third pillar. And finally, we need incentive. Despite all the innovation, some of the projects with impact may not be bankable, right? The private sector may not want to finance them because they don't get a principal back and a little bit of return. So what do? The governments, regulators, MDBs have come in with cheaper money. Now, in China, the central bank put out this decarbonization facility, which offers cheap funding facility to renewable projects. And in Hungary, which I visited back 2 weeks ago, Central Bank Hungary came up with a scheme which is called the Capital Relief Program for green assets, which reduces the funding cost for renewable and other green projects. And MDB have to do the same thing, right, with blended financing, de-risking and all of these. So I hope, all these elements in the sustainable finance framework can really be applied to the impact investing world and generating more private sector funding into this world.
Thank you, Dr. Ma, for sharing the 3 important pillars and the incentives with concrete examples. I'm sure that the global standard setting also needs collations globally. So our next speaker is Elizabeth. My question for you is that you worked across the US, Latin America, and now leads the global coalition at the GSG Impact. So what can Asia take from global coalitions like the GSG Impact, building confidence among investors and policymakers?
Thank you. Anyway, thank you to AVPN for the pleasure to be here. I have to say, being in Hong Kong, this gateway for centuries of commerce and capital, it's now really becoming a gateway for impact investing as well. So it's exciting to be here. But just to orient the audience a little bit around GSG Impact, we are very much a global network of connected local partners. GSG Impact is really all about building impact economies, putting into place the infrastructure and the incentives for impact capital to flow. And we really do this by working to create and then to accredit through a rather rigorous process with our board, and to continue to support local impact investing organizations around the globe. So today we do have one in Ghana, as Andrew mentioned, but we have 43 national partners covering 48 countries. And this is our community here in Asia. We're newer to Asia. We have now 12 national partners and a special task force here. But we're very focused on building out our network here in Asia. And I think for Asia and why GSG Impact is a relevant player is that we have been very focused on really unlocking impact capital, and that really is by enabling policy. I feel like we're a bit further upstream than some of my colleagues and partners in the ecosystem building. Our job is really, if you're going to put into place the right incentives, how do you unlock that impact capital? So we've been focused on really transparency, putting into place, if investors do not feel like their disclosure or impact standards, they lack that confidence, so how can we work on impact transparency? How can we unlock the policy levers? This very relevant to some of the work we've been doing in capital mobilization, in the sense that we're trying to mobilize domestic capital. There's abundance of capital, particularly in this part of the world. We have domestic savings and through pensions and insurance and sovereign wealth funds, but unlocking that capital to flow at scale to impact has been the barrier and the challenge. So we've been very focused on what are the right levers that we can pull from, for instance, pensions, pulling from our global network. We've learned quite a bit from our Netherlands partnership about how to unlock local pensions, and that experience is now translating into Ghana and to Nigeria and Africa. So part of our ambition and here in Asia is to really be that partner to sort of introduce and to, I would say, leapfrog, where we have policy successes, how can we unlock and enable those successes in local contexts. So our sort of approach is very much around policy, transparency, and local capital mobilization.
Thank you, Elizabeth. We've seen the impressive growth of national partners in Asia and your leadership as a GSG Impact in Asia. And also we have another important country that is India. We have also Verneet from there leading the impact investing work there. So you have seen markets across Africa, Latin America, and Asia. Verneet, from your global experiences, what you think can resonate most for Asia entrepreneurs and investors?
Yeah, thanks, Nana, for having me here. I just wanted to start by saying we are living in a very disrupted world, a world that's challenged far more than I started in 2001, so I feel like a dinosaur sitting here, but in the impact investing world, that's a very long time, 2.5 decades. So when I come here and I look around what's happening, we today stand in front of a massively disrupted world, and the only way out of the challenges that we face today is resilience. And impact investing was or evolved as a solution to think about how do you challenge very large social problems with people who have the competence and capability to solve them. In 2001, I'll take you back to 2001 when I started. One of the big challenges that we were faced with is the best talent was trying to solve some of the simplest problems in the world. And the most complex social problems were left to those who had no resources, access to least amount of talent. And the whole idea of impact investing was, can you actually channel capital to those people who have the courage to think about scale and address some of the largest and most complex problems? And so the biggest question for impact investing, and that I think this room should debate, is, and the reason why it started was to actually question the whole idea about delivering impact at scale, honestly. So Is there a lot of capital? Answer is yes. In 2018, we came up with a very large amount of, we came up with a report called Better Business, Better World, where we said to actually solve sustainable development goals, you require to invest $2.5 trillion for next 12 years. 7 years back, we came up with that report. I don't think so any amount of that capital has gone into solving the problems. So is there capital? $400 trillion of capital is available. Are there frameworks? Professor Majan spoke about the frameworks. We have been talking about a taxonomy now for around 15, 17 years, time when we created GIN. We started talking about creating that taxonomy. Does that kind of taxonomy exist? Yes, it exists. But what we are challenged with is identifying the capital to encourage people to do what really will bring impact at scale. Impact washing, greenwashing, these terms have emerged because all investments deliver impact. But impact that is delivered deliberately to basically bring those 3 billion who are left out of growth is really what we are trying to do here. And I think my personal takeaway is, A, we need to encourage significant amount of young people to actually feel excited about changing the world in the right manner. For that, capital has to take very high risks, and that kind of capital that is willing to take very high risk is actually depleting and not increasing in my view. Largely because there is a strong belief that you can have your cake and eat it too. That means you can deliver 25% dollar return and deliver impact. If that was true, the world would have never been so unequal. So I think my final message to you is if you genuinely believe that impact investing has to happen, we have to acknowledge that investing cannot solve the problem of the world, and therefore it is important for impact investing to start asking itself, why is it distinct from investing? And I think this question will not go away just by measuring the outcomes, because impact investing was never about outcomes. Outcome was to be reported, but the investing has to be with the right and genuine intent. Unfortunately, we have still not figured out a machine that can measure your intent. Maybe more debate has to happen around how do you measure the intent, because the outcomes can always be fudged. And that's the challenge that we're dealing with. And that's my learning over working across the geographies with almost all kinds of investors. Thank you.
Thank you, Vineet. I can't agree with you more that actually Asia is not only absorbing the global lessons, actually Asia is taking the leadership in setting standards and setting the cases. So each of our distinguished panelists has built something uniquely in Asia that I believe has a value for other regions and the world can learn from. So let's turn back to Dr. Majin again. So you've said that Asia must lead on green finance. Could you share with the audience a little bit more how China's green finance journey and Hong Kong's role as a connector is setting the benchmark for others, especially from your experience in transitional finance?
Now, in terms of China green finance, it started roughly 10 years ago when I was in the central bank leading the drafting of the green finance guideline. That was 2015-16. We came up with a framework in 16. It's a consolidation of 7 ministries, 35 policy actions. And under that framework, China has now developed the largest green lending market with outstanding green loans at 45 trillion RMB, equivalent to $6 trillion US. Outstanding. It's not accounting for those who lent and been repaid. And we also created the largest green bond market, 2.3 trillion RMB outstanding. Now, these instruments, they went to support all kinds of green activities, especially renewable energy. And now Chinese renewable energy installation is 50% of global total. And they went to electric vehicles. China EV production, 60% of global total. They went to batteries, all kind of components feeding into renewable energy, EV sector. And the battery in China is about 70% of global total. This is the power of green finance, because all these assets needs to be financed, right? And they are a little bit like real estate assets. If the yields are good enough and the funding costs are lower, then the arbitrage will tell you that this is a profit-making exercise and it will crowd in a lot of private capital. So a little bit of a lowering of funding costs and accessibility improvement to finance will massively improve the performance of the green economy. That's pretty much what China has been doing in the last 10 years. Now, Hong Kong started, I think, 2018 in initiating its green finance market. Now, it becomes one of the largest green finance markets globally. And yesterday, I heard the number of something like $80 billion were raised in terms of sustainable debt instruments in Hong Kong for not only mainland China, but also the entire region, especially in the ASEAN countries. So China is the biggest supplier of green technology. Hong Kong is a connector between China's supply and the rest of the world in terms of using these green technology, renewables, EVs, batteries, and so on. And the connection certainly needs to be financed, right? Which is a role that Hong Kong plays.
Thank you. That's amazing. China and Hong Kong as pioneers in the impact investing and the green finance development. We also have an Asia pioneer, that's India. It has very unique impact models for 2 decades. So Ranit, next question is for you. Could you tell us a little bit more about the 2 models, the microfinance and the SME financing, how these 2 models from India are shaping the global narratives today?
I think I have to give the due credit to Bangladesh, which actually is the founder of the microfinance model. But India probably is one place which has demonstrated that microfinance at scale can actually not just be a financing model, but an empowerment, a story of empowerment. I actually got involved in microfinance in India when the total outstanding was around $20 million. In last 25 years, that $20 million has reached around $50 billion, so the transition has been quite significant. We roughly have around probably more than 100 million women borrowers, so that actually is a very, very large and significant scale that has been achieved. It started with both government and the private sector simultaneously coming up with different ideas. The Grameen model from Bangladesh actually got replicated from the private sector in India. But India's government sector also came up with self-help group, a model where you actually lend to a group, which then lends to an institution. And the joint liability group, where you lend to an individual, but actually is backed by a group guarantee, so which became the private sector leading. The success of the scale that it has achieved, the success in terms of commercialization, the kind of financial instruments and innovation that has taken place within India and is now trying to replicate itself and going across beyond India, is actually a model to be seen. We have done all kinds of innovations there to scale this up, including coming up with incubating platforms, investments, wholesale lending, bonds. Every instrument that is there to be seen has been applied in the Indian microfinance sector. On the SME side, impact investing, when I started in 2001, we didn't have the term impact investing. The term came up somewhere in 2007 when some of us actually decided to identify ourselves as impact investor. But the whole idea of actually identifying entrepreneurs and providing them significant support, both in terms of understanding how to build value, but providing capital to them to come up with solutions for social problems that can solve at scale, would generate both commercial as well as significant returns on impact. So global leadership like GIN, Global Impact Investor Network, etc., were all collaborative platforms, ecosystems that were developed, like AVPN is here, where it started with 4 or 5 people coming together. So GIN was started around a table by 5 people. And today it has become a very, very large platform. I think we replicated the same in India with India Impact Investor Council, which again started with a small announcement by 7, 8 people, and now actually represent the entire Indian impact investing ecosystem. But more importantly, India has also come up with social stock exchange, which is actually probably one of the first globally regulated social stock exchange, allowing not-for-profits to actually participate through a listing process, to have regulated participation where impact has to be disclosed. So we came up with a regulatory innovation called ZCZP, it's called Zero Coupon, Zero Principal Bond, which you issue where a participant can actually provide a grant without calling it a grant through a security trade. And as the impact gets delivered, the bond actually unwinds itself. So it's a fairly innovative way to come up, to mobilize capital locally And we have brought down the price of the security from, let's say, I think $1,500 to right now probably $20, so that mass participation can happen in trying to deliver the impact. So these are some of the things that are taking place in India, which probably could be replicated across the globe as well.
Well, thank you for sharing that. Next to Andrew, you've been working on the innovation side in Asia. So in your view, what will be some innovative cases here in Asia the world can learn from?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I mean, I think I've heard a lot of them today, actually. I think in the previous discussion, they were talking about the pentagram transaction, pentagreen transaction, sorry, which I think is a really interesting one, and it also speaks to Junma's point around the importance of hubs within Asia, which I think become the jumping point into particularly those markets where the impact investing space is underdeveloped, perhaps. I think that it gives that opportunity for identifying or experimenting with new models and finding the ones that are replicable and scalable and leveraging them into other countries as well. So for me, that sort of is one of the innovations that I'm kind of keen to watch and see how those progress.
That's wonderful. So thank you for sharing your views, and I'm sure that just now Elizabeth shared with us some of the bottlenecks she has observed here in data policy coherence, investor conference. So in your view, what are the key challenges Asia has to overcome to become like a globe? What are Asia's biggest barriers to scaling the impact investing, and how the global networks like the GSG Impact can help to overcome?
Thank you. I think, to be concise here, the Asia impact economies are tremendously varied. You have markets such as Japan and Singapore that have very advanced regulatory regimes in place. And you have many other markets that are just starting to put into place the policies and practices that sort of constitute good impact economies. But I feel like this diversity is also an opportunity here in Asia, because it's an opportunity, as I was mentioning, to really leapfrog, to sort of take what is working in one geography and quickly implant that into another. And I think part of what we're trying to enable is strong local organizations, domestic leadership that really has the ability to affect some of the changes that are necessary to unlock impact capital. And I feel like so much of the supply of capital, in order to enable domestic sources of capital to really be put to work in ways that are necessary, that's where some of these policy levers need mostly to be pulled. So from our perspective, it really is working across the region. We feel like there are huge opportunities here in Asia that we're not seeing necessarily in other parts of the world. The combination of pension, domestic savings, the family office opportunities. So there's a tremendous amount of capital that is waiting to be unlocked. And it's really just a matter of time, in our estimation, that Asia really takes the leadership in impact investing and puts these domestic assets to work.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Policy leadership is very important, that's for sure. So let's turn back to Ranit. So in your view, what changes needs to be made to create a more enabling environment for impact investing, robust development in Asia?
I think the most important thing that we might have to do is impact investing right now in Asia has significant infusion, or most of the capital is being mobilized from Europe and US for impact investing to take place in Asia. I think we have to change that equation. It has to be a more South-South collaboration where the local capital has to play a far more intense and leadership role for the impact investing to further flourish. I again want to actually emphasize, impact investing is not a global phenomena, even though it has actually, it's a very contextual thing. So unless you understand the local context, the impact could vary. So a person sitting in New York will see the impact very differently from a person sitting in Mumbai. And the person sitting in the village who is being impacted may see that impact very differently. It's very difficult to actually measure the impact by some of the metrics that we normally talk about. And therefore, impact investing has to be actually viewed and contextually understood for it to be realized. So I think the two things Asia could do is strong local institutions which can actually contextualize impact, and then strong capital formation that should take place within Asia across the board for impact investing to thrive.
Thank you. My last question would be for Elizabeth. So globally, we have witnessed the withdrawal of the global aid. It's very important to mobilize some local capital for the global impact investing movement. In your view, what will be some of the recommendations from the GSG Impact in this regard?
For mobilizing local capital?
Yes.
It's really, the need is to figure out how to unlock domestic sources of capital, and this varies tremendously according to the jurisdiction. But we've been, as I mentioned, very intentional about domestic sources of pension, how to enable pension regulators to allocate some of those resources for non-traditional assets such as impact funds. And when this happens, it's a tremendous opportunity. In the case of Holland, today more than 75 billion is directed to impact from Dutch pension funds, and this is more than assets under management for the EU. So these small levers that are able to be unlocked on the domestic side have huge potential for impact capital to flow. So whether it's sovereign wealth, whether it's insurance, whether it's domestic pension, these are sort of the areas of focus that we've been working on with local vehicles, structuring, sort of working together with development finance institutions, working together with regulators and our national partners to introduce new structures to sort of unlock some of the policy. Much of it is really working very closely with policymakers to unpack and unlock some of the necessary regulation to enable impact capital to flow.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I think what is our joint takeaway is very clear in this room, that Asia is no longer only a recipient of the global impact investing movement, but we are the co-creators. We believe that the future of the global impact investment relies on the Asia Global Partnership. Please join me to give a round of applause for our distinguished panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists, for the wonderful conversation. Yesterday, we heard from Hong Kong's Financial Secretary, Mr. Paul Chan, that Hong Kong is uniquely positioned to be a launchpad for purpose-driven investment, providing access to global networks and a diverse pool of impact-first capital.
In the next session, we're proud to launch a pivotal report by Hong Kong Financial Services Development Council, FSDC. AVPN is proud to have supported the report that reveals Hong Kong's rise as a global impact hub. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Daniel Fon, Vice Chairman of the FSDC, to officially unveil this important work.
Nina, Chris, Vikas, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great pleasure for me to join you all today at the AVPN Global Conference here. Allow me to begin by extending my sincere appreciation to AVPN for bringing this important global dialogue to our city, and to all our distinguished guests who have traveled from near and far, a very warm welcome to Hong Kong. Today I have the distinct pleasure of launching the Financial Services Development Council's new report as we gather to explore the vital and timely theme that harness capital to drive purpose and progress. The global impact market has seen extraordinary growth, more than doubling in size over the past 5 years to around 1.57 trillion US dollars last year. Europe and the United States have historically led this particular development, but the real promise lies here in Asia. As the Asian economies continue to grow and thrive, governments across the entire region are placing sustainable finance high on their respective national agendas. And yet, 10 years since the global adoption of the Sustainable Development Goals, only around 20% of the targets are on track to be achieved or have been met. This highlights a significant gap that calls for accelerated and concerted action as we approach the final stretch towards 2030, only 5 years away. To maximize progress at this late stage, private capital has emerged to become an essential means of promoting long-term sustainable value, complementing governmental and traditional philanthropic initiatives to address urgent challenges. In recent years, the private sector has stepped up in meaningful ways, mobilizing capital, forging innovative partnerships, and scaling solutions that were once confined to niche initiatives. We in Hong Kong greatly appreciate AVPN's instrumental role in convening stakeholders across regions and sectors to accelerate the flow of capital towards solutions that address pressing social and environmental challenges, creating a powerful momentum for sustainable progress. I turn now to FSDC's efforts and Hong Kong's role in this impact journey. In this journey, we at the Financial Services Development Council have had the honor of participating in various of AVPN's global conferences and initiatives contributing to the ongoing dialogue on advancing impact agenda across Asia and beyond. Among many valuable experiences, I was privileged to be invited by AVPN to participate in the Rockefeller Foundation's Bellagio Center convening program this past June, and to join the Asia Partnership for Investment in Resilient Economies, ASPIRE, that particular community. On this note, I would like to thank Tristan for including me, and of course, Dipali of the Rockefeller Foundation for having me in thoughtfully coordinating these opportunities for us all. Those inspiring gatherings have brought together visionary thought leaders, fostering meaningful exchanges on shaping Asia's leadership in climate finance and resilient development. Coming back to Hong Kong, we've seen meaningful progress in recent years on Asia's leading asset and wealth management hub, which we in Hong Kong occupy. And we are home to a substantial concentration of family offices and ultra-high net worth individuals, certainly in the Asia-Pacific region. These wealth owners have increasingly engaged in more strategic, measurable, and purpose-driven approaches to capital deployment, complementing traditional philanthropy. In this growing community of purpose-driven investors, combined with its robust financial expertise and global connectivity, Hong Kong possesses all the essential ingredients to become a leading hub for impact capital, not just in Asia, but globally. The evolving dialogue is significant. It's no longer centered on whether private wealth can drive transformative changes, but on how swiftly and effectively Hong Kong can leverage its strengths to lead in this transformative field. Now I turn to the launch of our report, which was embargoed until 10:20 today, and at 10:23 we've seen the video, and I hope all of you will take a chance to grab a copy, read it, and give us feedback. This is not a perfect document. We welcome suggestions and we welcome a true dialogue. The publication expands on earlier policy recommendations we've made, and we've done so with a series of compelling interview-based cases. These profiles showcase both projects and practitioners who are proactively shaping the contours of impact and through this city creating ripple effects which expand regionally as well as globally. To catalyze the flow of impact capital from and into Hong Kong's financial landscape, the report highlights the importance of broadening stakeholder participation from family offices and institutional investors to philanthropic and mission-driven organizations, deepening practice across sectors and geographies. Through engaging discussions with the CEOs of Private Wealth Management Association, PWMA, and the Sustainable Finance Initiative, SFI, we have explored how high net worth investors prioritize impact throughout the region. Additionally, our conversations with social impact partners, SIP, showcased their innovative matchmaking model here in Hong Kong, connecting private wealth, that is to say, family offices, foundations, and high net worth individuals, with social purpose organizations. The report also examines the rise of blended finance in Hong Kong, spotlighting a fund that used philanthropic capital to provide zero interest liquidity to social enterprises throughout the COVID pandemic, analyzed through a legal lens. While rooted in local contexts, these initiatives position Hong Kong as a gateway for scaling impact capital throughout Asia and beyond. Through these real-world stories and narratives, we aim to offer practical insights from diverse perspectives, illustrating how Hong Kong's impact journey is evolving through shifting investment priorities innovative strategies and the development of new measurements and accountability frameworks. Hong Kong has the opportunity to become the beating heart of impact investing in Asia, as well as globally, in a city where financial innovation meets global purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a real privilege for me to join this vibrant convergence of capital providers across the spectrum, policymakers, philanthropic leaders, public finance experts, development institutions, and private investors. I'm confident that the insights exchanged and connections forged over these 3 days will spark meaningful action and enduring impact. With that, I wish this conference and all of you every success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daniel. Following the report launch, we will take a deeper look at how Hong Kong as a financial center can blend capital flows while meeting community needs.
Please join us in welcoming Mr. Christopher Hui, Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury, the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Mr. Lester Garson Huang, Deputy Chairman, the Hong Kong Jockey Club. Ms. Tracy Pan Palanjan, CEO and co-founder, Social Finance. The session will be moderated by Mr. Kieran Boyle, CEO, 100X Impact. Let's give them a round of applause.
This would help. Good morning. How are energy levels? Good? How are energy levels? Much better, much better. Good morning, good morning. Capitalism, it's a powerful tool. Over the course of my lifetime, I like to think I'm not that old, it's brought 2 million people out of extreme poverty. 1 billion more adults can read. 3 billion more people have access to electricity. This year, for the first time, renewable sources of energy overtook coal as the most prominent sources of energy in the world. But at the same time, despite those advances, inequality is widening, trust is narrowing, and the planet is in distress. So what do we make of all of that? I think the answer is pretty simple, that capitalism is a powerful engine of progress, but it's leaving far too many people behind. We need to redesign the system so that it's fairer, resilient, and greener. That's what some people mean when they talk about the impact economy, either about the idea of business and finance working for good, or the idea that every single decision should optimize impact. It's about redesigning the economic system. That's what we work on at the London School of Economics, where we teach and research around the impact economy, and in my day job as CEO of 100X, where we're developing the next generation of impact unicorns, not companies worth $1 billion, but organizations who can positively impact 1 billion lives. So you can understand why I'm so excited today to sit with this panel and discuss the impact economy in Hong Kong. We've had the opportunity for the introductions, and frankly, we could take up the full half hour with the introductions of such an excellent panel. But we're really going to focus today on how do we strengthen and what is the role of Hong Kong as an impact hub. And if you'll excuse me, I'm going to torture an analogy for today. I'm going to torture the analogy of building a house. So when you build a house, you need to have the plans, the blueprint for it. You need to have the capital, the resources to build it, and you need to have the team behind it to actually build the house. And that's how we're going to structure today's conversations. And we're going to start off, Chris, with you talking about the blueprint. And it's such a pleasure to have you with us today, particularly after the report launch at 10:23 exactly. And we're seeing financial hubs embrace impact around the world. And it looks different in different places. We've seen places like London with their deep institutional history. We've seen places like New York with some of the world's largest impact investors. I don't want to overspeak what Singapore's doing because I understand there's a healthy competition, but Singapore doing a lot to attract private wealth that's focused on impact. But also Hong Kong is incredibly well placed. It's a gateway to mainland China. It's a home for many of the world's capital markets. I wonder if you could just talk us through what you see as the opportunity and the blueprint needed for Hong Kong to fully take its role as a hub for impact capital.
Looking at the report as presented by Daniel just now, and also we have a professor today, you want structure, right? So I think one thing that I want to highlight is we are also putting together a structure in terms of enabling more donations or more charitable acts to be done in Hong Kong. And one thing that we have done is we improved the registration of our Section 88 companies in Hong Kong, which are basically registered charities. Right now, we have more than 10,000 of them. And in fact, if you look at the way that we have improved the processing of such applications, basically we now provide more early guidance in terms of what are the activities that we potentially qualify as charitable in terms of tax concessions. And since the introduction of our measures, what we see is we find the rejection rate for those applications to be charitable organizations in Hong Kong actually halved as a result of our improvement in process. And also at the same time, in terms of the processing time, it has been reduced by almost a third. The reason that we managed to do that, not because of we lowering the bar, but more importantly is that we provide more early guidance through website, through dissemination of public information in terms of what we need, documentation-wise and others. So that's number one, is what we do, regulatory streamlining. Another thing that we have done in terms of structure is to enable more entities to be charitable. Because as you highlighted, we have a very vibrant capital market, and I don't want to get into the competition issue as you highlighted. We have almost like 3,000 listed companies in Hong Kong. And many of these enterprises basically produce billionaires as a result. And many of them, they receive dividends every year, and they want some ways to really express their value in terms of where they see the benefits globally for their contributions to society or for their profits to be made. So one thing that we are now encouraging is to have more family offices to Hong Kong. And we, in fact, have at least 2,700 of those single-family offices. I haven't counted those multiple ones, because for the multiple ones, you need license to conduct businesses. For single-family offices, we have more than 2,700. And many of them now are contemplating to be charitable in their activities. And one thing that we also have done is to provide a tax concession for family offices. And right now, remind me, there's no lawyers here, but basically one thing that we have allowed is that if for an investment holding entity, up to 95% being held by a single family office, we allow tax concession. But for that 25%, basically we allow 20 of that to be allocated to a Section 88 entity, i.e. it could be held by a investment, by a charitable organization, but still qualify for tax concession. Because what we see is that it's a trend right now, many of these organizations are not just giving out money, they're just giving out part of their equities to charitable organizations. And we still want them to be charitable in nature, and we still want them to benefit from our tax concession. So in a scenario could be like a 75% held by single family, still qualified for tax concession, so long as the remaining 25% is held by a charitable organizations registered in Hong Kong. So this is another enabler structurally that we have done to provide more avenue for donations to be made. And the third thing that we have done in terms of allowing more investments to be made in charitable organizations is to have more experience sharing, and also at the same time, more knowledge sharing in this area. Because to me, I would say charitable organizations is something either on the one hand very global, yet at the same time very local. So if I may use the word, it's like global. Basically, we talk about global challenges, green technology and others, but in terms of the basic impact, it has to be seen and felt locally. And this is the feedback that we have gathered from family offices in Hong Kong. When you approach them for projects, they always ask, can I see the impact? Where is that? And that's why there's so much experience sharing that we have been trying to facilitate through our Academy for Wealth Legacy and other government funded entity in such a way that there could be more experience sharing among family offices and also other potential donors in terms of how best they can amplify and also make their impact visible.
Brilliant. That combination of the global and the local, Lester, that can bring me on to the question I wanted to ask you. So let's continue with our analogy of the house. If those are some of the blueprints, let's think about the resources, the capital that's needed. And there's this enduring myth that markets somehow self-create, but mostly they don't. Mostly they take stewardship and catalytic support. So I wonder if you could just unpack some of the role that you see for philanthropy in stewarding, catalyzing, de-risking innovation in this space.
Thank you. I think that if we look at the nature of a philanthropy, it really is quite different from the commercial organizations that we see, in that it's more ready to take on risk in respect of the less visible needs of the community. Say, for instance, mental health or those who are, issues to do with aging and so on. So, in terms of a philanthropy's role and looking at it in the context of impact investing, I think that the first step, of course, is to fund pilot projects. So if there is a new idea, something innovative, a philanthropy can fund this and get the ball going, as it were. But a more impactful thing is to actually put in a set of measuring tools at the same time. When we see a project being launched, how impactful it is really matters, because funders would like to see at the end of the day how much it's going to cost them if they were to come on board. And so by having a set of measuring tools and bringing stakeholders onto a common platform where there is a common language and a common set of values, we can actually promote more funders to come in. And they will know what they're getting themselves into. And they will see from the pilot project how impactful it can be if they put in their capital as well. So I think that philanthropies play a role in starting the ball going, but then also in measuring the impact as it goes along. But then there's a third element. The third element is that some of these innovative solutions call for capacity building, skills building. One of the things that we're seeing in the social welfare sector in Hong Kong is that we are losing professional staff through retirement or other things. And we need to, at all times, look at what kind of expertise we have available. And where there is a lack of such expertise, we need to build it up in terms of the professional skills as well as in the number. And so philanthropies also can play a role in building up these expertise. And if I may, I think that funding enablers like data center controls or intermediaries or other enablers, I think all of these also play a very important role in impact financing. And I think that Tracy can perhaps tell us a little bit in time about outcome-based financing and how we actually can set targets. I think that the philanthropy's role is building a common platform where all these enablers can come on and work together from their different perspectives. Stakeholders come in through contributing not only their capital but also their expertise. And so philanthropies can identify what is needed to make the project a success and accordingly look for those partners going forward. I think those are some of the main elements, yeah.
I love how you've broadened out the sense of capital there, not just to be about financial resources, but expertise and social capital as well. Before I hand over to Tracy on some of those outcomes approaches, I suspect if we spoke to many of the entrepreneurs, adventurers in the room, they would say there's probably a gap. There's a gap where philanthropy seems to run out, and before a lot of impact investing seems to come on board. What's philanthropy's response to that? Philanthropy is always limited. It's a very scarce resource.
Sorry. So your question was?
So the question was, there's this gap. So yesterday we were discussing particularly the role of philanthropy. Today we're discussing particularly the role of impact investing. Ideally, these two would be, there would be a seamless connection between the two, but I actually think the lived experience of many people in this room is that there can be a bit of a space between them. So I'm just interested, from your perspective, Lester, what role you see for philanthropy within that?
I think that, as I say, the building of a common platform and identifying where there are issues. In fact, philanthropies have this advantage of delving into the issue much more deeply than just a traditional funder. I think that they gain an insight into the problems and are therefore able to identify what it costs, what it takes in terms of money as well as in social enablers to bring about the change. I think also that it's not just a question of money, but speaking the same language. And it's promoting that common understanding between the funders, the capital, as well as the beneficiaries, and the executives, the people who will execute the project. I think that all of this is the role of the philanthropy to narrow those gaps that you have spoken of.
Brilliant. Yeah. Thank you. I'll move to Tracy now. So on our house, we've had the blueprints, we've had the resources. Now let's talk about the team that's building it. The impact economy, I guess you would say, is not really a noun; it's a verb. It's something that's done through the doing. So you might be able to ground some of this conversation, Tracy, with practical examples of what does this look like in practice. And Chris, you might want to jump in afterwards. But what are some practical examples of this cross-sector collaboration that's needed to build out an impact capital hub?
Thanks, Kieran, and great to be with all of you. Before I get into some concrete examples, I'd love to build on the excellent points that Chris and Lester spoke about. I love the term glocal. I think it's fabulous. For context, I'm a native Hong Kong person. I grew up here, my family still lives here, but I've spent my entire professional life working in the United States. And I see some common building blocks that are universal as we think about building an impact economy, and it gets into the global aspects that Chris is talking about. Yes, you need government leadership in providing the right incentives and the regulatory infrastructure to enable this. Yes, you need the presence of philanthropy, often playing the translation of the local role and the global role, the translation between the capital markets as well as deep impact understanding. But you also need a lot of cross-sector partners in the NGO community, in the corporate world. And what's incredibly exciting about looking at Hong Kong having all the enabling conditions for a thriving impact market is the deep capital markets and the financial infrastructure too. But I think that the philanthropic role, which is where Lester spoke so eloquently about, the role of philanthropy is an incredibly powerful one as we think about what I might say the 2.0 of building an impact economy. Yes, I think Daniel Fung talked about how the sector has really been built in the West, in the United States, and the European markets. And as Asia steps into this with even more vigor, I think focusing on the role of philanthropy is a really important one, not least the robust philanthropic ecosystem that Hong Kong already has given, for example, the Jockey Club's leadership in this space. Yes, there's money that philanthropy can provide, both the risk capital vis-a-vis grant money, but also importantly, balance sheet capital. How do you think about co-investing? How do you think about playing the role of guaranteeing certain types of outcomes? But also the convening role, the policy interface with government, and importantly, what we have found in the United States, and I've been leading social finance for 15 years in the US, is that when you blend different actors together, for-profit investors, players in the business community, and deeply impactful, mission-driven leaders and organizations, having philanthropy at the table is almost like the conscience of the entire set of ecosystem being led by philanthropy. And I hear a lot of numbers being thrown around, capital at scale. We're hearing trillions of dollars now by Daniel with the 1.5 that the Jin reported. But I think as we move into the sector more deeply and more intentionally, philanthropy has really been a great teacher in making sure that we're not just achieving capital at scale, but actually impact at scale, and being true to the kinds of impact that we want to actually change lives on the ground. Now, what do we mean by cross-sector partnerships, and what do we mean by changing lives on the ground and holding impact at the center? I'll just give maybe a couple of examples from the US, which could easily be applied in the Hong Kong context and the Asia context. And I'll just focus on the field of workforce development. The idea that there are lots of jobs in the economy that remain unfilled, yet there are a lot of people looking to get those skills to land those jobs in the economy. And what we call the mismatch of the supply and demand of labor is not just a US problem and a Western problem, but Lester and I were just talking about this morning. There's also a Hong Kong challenge. I think the more recent report thinking about labor shortages, there are economists estimating that while the number is 50,000 shortage today in kind of mismatch of labor in 2024, it's anticipated that the labor shortages by 2028 is going to rise to 180,000 people. A third of these roles are in technical roles. What do we mean by technical roles? It could be in the healthcare and life sciences, people who are actually working in the hospitals, allied health roles, working the radiation machines, physician's assistants, nurses. Could be technical roles in the financial arena, risk and compliance. It could be technical roles in the IT arena, like cybersecurity analysts, IT support, running prompts for LLM, you name it. And many of these roles can be achieved in a college degree, but many of them just require some skilling beyond high school. So in the United States, what we have built now, quite a robust portfolio, almost $400 million in the US, is how do you blend different kinds of capital to enable low-income people to go on these skilling and training journeys to land these great jobs in the economy that would thrust them into the middle class. I'll give you a concrete example. 3 years ago, we entered into a partnership with Google Alphabet, where they gave us $100 million US, both from their balance sheet, and now this is really interesting. It's not just $100 million from their .org, which is the foundation of Google, but it's actually both balance sheet capital, $60 million from the balance sheet, and $40 million from the philanthropic resources. And with $100 million, they tasked us with the following mandate. How do we enable low-income people without college degrees in the United States, 30,000 of them, achieve $1 billion of income gains over the next 5 to 10 years by way of enabling them to get equipped with the right technical and IT skills to enter the digital world? Now you wonder, how is Google Treasury, how is the balance sheet money people going to get their money back? Because the grant-making folks is just writing a grant check. And this is where the innovation comes in with cross-sector partnership. So we're entering into an arrangement where the individual would only repay their loan on this upskilling journey, 0 interest, so principal repayment only, if and only if they get a good job defined by making $50,000, $60,000. So people who are successful would repay $5,000 after they have achieved that income jump back into the pool so that more people can get served. We are having a similar financing, instead of focusing on IT roles, focusing on roles in the nursing ladder. So in the United States, you can be a nurse after high school, but then if you get a 2-year degree, you can be a better nurse. If you get a 4-year degree, you can be a bachelor's nursing degree. And what we're doing with that $100 million nursing fund is actually introducing yet another actor into the ecosystem, which is the people who hire nurses. Think hospitals, long-term care, senior facilities. We're solving a problem for employers who are experiencing significant labor shortages, and we're basically saying if we can deliver you the talent, the individual still enters into a principal-only outcomes-based loan, but if they work for one of the hospitals, we're solving a problem for the hospital, and they will repay on behalf of the worker, so the person is essentially debt-free. So these are all just some concrete examples that could easily be ported into the Asian context to solve one particular social challenge in workforce development.
Brilliant, thank you, Tracy. And Chris, something that strikes me about that is the range of actors you need to get around the table working together, and probably the speed at which that needs to be able to happen. I wonder if you could reflect on Hong Kong's ability to do that. It strikes me that it could potentially be quite high.
I think you have posed a very important question, not just in the charitable space, but in everything that we do, in terms of how we should balance the interests of different sectors, different actors in the community. But I agree very much with what Tracy said, is philanthropy is very much a unifier in terms of having a noble goal where everyone will try to aspire to. If you look at Chinese culture, there's a saying that, if I may translate that in a very crude way, that if you're being rich and unjust, it will be like as fleeing as clouds in the sky. That means it's not sustainable. So fundamentally in our culture, I think we are very much a charitable nature people where we want to give and contribute. And in that regard, I can quote some figures. As I said at the outset, we do allow tax concession for charities in Hong Kong. Either they are in the company's form or in individuals' form. And if you look at the tax concessions that we gave out in the past 2 years, in fact, the size, the tax concessions that we gave in the form of profit tax for corporates is actually smaller than that of the tax concessions that we gave in the form of salaries tax. I.e., the number would be like 5 billion for corporate tax concessions for profits, for donations, while it will be around like 7 billion for Hong Kong dollars, of course, for the individual salary tax concession. So you can see deep inside, individually, we are very charitable in nature. That's number one. And number two, as I highlighted by Lester and also Tracy rightly, we need to put together the right structure and platform in order for people to express their views on their goals and also on their charitable acts. And that's why we have put together an Impact Link, which is a registry of charitable projects already conducted in Hong Kong. The idea is that through this process, we want to showcase to the world and to the region how are things done here. Because back to Tracy's point, we are a highly capitalist society, capital markets, money making. But that said, many of the skills that are conducted or are deployed in this arena are actually equally transferable to the charitable space. Like, for example, as Lester mentioned, assessment of projects, assessment of returns, and at the same time, assessing how impactful your money is being spent on charitable organizations. So and all these are basically business skills, and also skills that you should learn in your MBA, I suppose. That's why I would say by heart and also by skill set, Hong Kong is actually a place where very well positioned to take advantage of that. And what we should do and what we have been doing is put together a right structure in such a way that people who want to be engaged, like this group, can find a way to be involved.
Wonderful. We could sit here for hours, but unfortunately we're going to have to start drawing to a close soon. And our thanks to AVPN and the Hong Kong Jockey Club for bringing us together. But before we do, I've been reflecting all week on a quote I saw over at the Hong Kong Museum of Art. It's next door, if anybody's fancy sneaking out of a session. And it was a quote written nearly 100 years ago by Kang Yu-wei, who was a prominent reformer who lived for a time in Hong Kong. And the quote said, "Look across the world. Those who change shall remain. Those who don't will meet their end. The ones who transform shall flourish." And I can't think of a better way to frame Hong Kong's opportunity right now. And so with that in mind, I'm going to ask for one line each, if I may, starting with Lester, going to Chris and then to Tracy. What bold idea or big bet should we be looking at for transforming Hong Kong's impact future? Lester.
Speaking of bets, of course the races are on this evening, but we're not talking about those bets, are we? The bold idea, I think I would like to see Hong Kong tackle social challenges through impactful action, through cross-sector collaboration, but all driven by philanthropy. I think that this is the vision that the Jockey Club hopes to see. It'll call for a bit of an attitude change, some new thinking, but I think that with collaboration and good leadership at the philanthropy level, it's all possible.
Thank you. Chris?
I think in every forum that I went to, normally we can't leave the forum without mentioning AI, right? So just now, I checked my phone, the AI on my phone. I asked Hong Kong charity, what's the word to come out? It's about vibrancy. So to extend that, I would imagine that it would be good if we have a very vibrant ecosystem. And by that, I think there are two things that we need to add to Hong Kong in particular. One thing is the application technology. Because over the past few years, we have tried to build out as a technological and then advanced manufacturing and also at the same time hub for the region. And one thing that we have done is a lot of things that we do, like AI and others, can be equally applicable in tripartite organizations and also in some of our medical and also at the same time biological work. So all these are equally transferable in terms of having them done through our tripartite organizations here in Hong Kong. Like, for example, one thing I heard about is people are using AI to detect some of the best medications and treatment for autistic children. So I think all these are something doable and also of value to the region. And another thing that I will add in terms of what Hong Kong can do as a big bang is to serve not just Hong Kong, but also region and globally. Because a lot of things that we do in terms of fundraising or even technological applications or even the structure that we put together to finances, like what we have for insurance-linked securities, we are actually channeling capital globally through insurance-linked securities to provide support to the governments in Jamaica and also Chile to deal with natural disasters like earthquake and also hurricanes. So all these are actually very typical of Hong Kong, where we are a small economy, a small society, yet at the same time we punch beyond our weight, serving the region and the world.
Brilliant. Thank you. Tracy?
Why do we punch above our weight in Hong Kong? I want to go back to the human spirit. At the end of the day, it's people who make things happen. And I come home every year, and I still can feel palpably the spirit of the Hong Kong people. We're adaptive, we're resourceful, we're entrepreneurial, we're creative, and the impact economy requires these skills. So I'll end with maybe going back to your house, but with a quote far less eloquent than yours, Kieran, which is that I had dinner with my mother last night, and she said, "唔好講咁多嘢，講嘢唔可以煮飯," which means talk doesn't cook rice. Start doing, start experimenting, learn, fail, do again, and that's going to be a great beginning.
Brilliant advice from Tracy's mother there. So there we have it. New thinking, new technology, same spirit, and it sounds like we need to invent a new word that is both global, local, and regional, so GROCAL. You heard it here first. Please join me in thanking the panel.
Thank you, distinguished speakers and moderator, for a really engaging conversation. It's now time to refresh, refuel, and network. We will reconvene at 11:40 a.m. for more discussions, including capital deployment strategies that balance impact and returns. See you all after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, the AVPN Global Conference will begin in 10 minutes. Please make your way to the main plenary auditorium. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the AVPN Global Conference is about to begin. Please make your way to the main plenary auditorium. Thank you.
Welcome back. This next panel examines how investors align competitive returns with measurable impact in Asia's fast-changing markets. Nearly 9 in 10 impact investors in Asia reported meeting or exceeding their financial return expectations in 2024, with climate, health, and inclusion among the most invested sectors in the market.
Please join us in welcoming the next panel, Mr. Colin Chen, Head of Sustainable Finance, Asia Pacific, MUFG Bank. Mr. Sandeep Farias, Founder and Managing Partner, Aliver Equity. Mr. Xiaoming Tan, Chief Investment Officer, ABC Impact. Ms. Sophia Chan, Chief Investment Officer, Cathay Financial Holdings. The session will be moderated by Ms. Komal Sahu, Chief of Sustainable Finance, AVPN.
Thank you to everyone for coming back from the break, and you didn't take Kieran on cue because he had suggested a visit to the local museum in the last panel. So I'm glad everybody's coming back and joining this panel. Welcome. It's been an interesting few days, and specifically, we yesterday talked about Asian leadership and its ability to take on roles and really set the tone specifically for Asia, where we're not using global models, but creating our own and following our own playbook when it comes to deploying capital, using our I guess generations of knowledge, generations of thinking, and we heard earlier from Tracy as well, talking about the ethos that's there in Asia. So glad that we have a diverse cohort of investors here, experienced investors from the largest sort of asset managers, banks, as well as impact funds, as well as those that are looking at community-led solutions. So welcome everyone, and glad to have you here. I'd like to start with you, Colin. I mean, you are, MUFG has over 100 trillion Japanese yen committed to sustainable finance by 2030. And on the ground in Asia, how much of it has already been deployed, and which sectors are absorbing this capital most effectively?
Yeah, thank you for that. Let me just give a quick introduction. My name's Colin, and I work for MUFG Bank. I look after sustainable finance for MUFG in APAC. As an introduction, perhaps the way I would look at it is maybe we understand why we have that 100 trillion target, 100 trillion yen, which translates into about 650 billion US dollars, which is a very large number. However, looking at the way that we are approaching sustainability, it probably is insufficient right now. So I'll just put that in context. And we look at the targets in terms of how we think we have the most impact, impact investment conference, so this is entirely relevant, and also how it affects the bank in general. So the bank has an overall sustainable finance target because we look at the way that our finance emissions are. And that sustainable target affects the way that we approach our 2030 targets and our 2050 targets. So with that in mind, we also decided to approach it in the following ways. Majority of the bank's business is in financing infrastructure type transactions. So as you might expect, majority of this impact would be in the green loan sectors and in the infrastructure type of green loans. So renewable energies, water, big infrastructure, and to a certain extent, social type facilities. The other ones are in terms of corporate facilities that look at where these impacts are. And then the last ones are when we provide financial advisory services in terms of the companies who have a transition journey. And I emphasize this is because what we found out is the transition impact is the greatest in Asia and we think that this is where we're going to deploy the most amount of capital. The other impact is on the renewable energy, so that is a large part of our portfolio at the moment.
Thank you, Colin. I'd like to call you in on this, Sophie. You are also not just a CIO for Cathay Financial Holdings, you're also the chair of the AIGCC, so you play a market-shaping role. And given what Colin's talked about as well, where do you deploy your capital, given that there is a trade-off sometimes between financial returns as well as impact returns?
So very often people ask me how you pick impact or financial performance. I really think they should not be competitors. They should be friends. So I do believe that the impact and financial investment can coexist. A return without an impact is just a number, but a return with an impact, it creates value. So that's our belief. And since 2014, when we start to do responsible investment, we are also a listed company. So many investors are asking, where did you put the money? And are you doing responsible investment rather than just our social contribution, ESG integration, and so on? So from that time, we start to learn about the element of doing meaningful things. Since 2016, we participate in Asia Investor Group on climate change. We are very active in Climate Action 100+, first Taiwan bank in Equator Principle. So we threw by the whole journey from climate into water, biodiversity, nature. The past 3 years, we're very honored. We are the only Taiwan financial group who are a member of Taiwan Impact Investment Association, a member, a big fan of AVPN, and also in Jing. So by learning, participating, we can learn how to ensure we don't need to sacrifice earnings when we do this sustainable finance. So first one I'd like to share is that when we think about investment, we talk about risk and return. We do need to respect risk. And if you do things that make sense, you invest in a team that makes sense, then we can collaborate with whoever doing better job on what to minimize the risk. Yeah, so the tangible risk to me is never a problem if we can help to mitigate that. We need to respect the unknown risk, and therefore that worries me more. So by collaboration to mitigate risk, we can do blended finance, we can have local partners, we can also work with prudent policymaker, development bank, development funds. They can help to ensure the corporate governance. Then this all become possible, become bankable, investable. So that's the first one, respect the risk. And second, as I said, we spent 10 years to prove that we don't need to sacrifice by doing ESG and meaningful things. I think large corporate do have additional responsibility. We need to invest in future. We need to, if we succeed, we can show people it works. If not, it's affordable size, we can learn and adjust until it gets right. Large corporates also boost the ecosystem. That's why we sponsor action part of AVPN. We sponsor forward-looking research piece by global climate or water nature projects. So by doing this, we can also learn from them. We can also bring the commercial element, how to make this workable. So the whole idea is about if you help them to be bankable, investable, you improve the rate of success, and that means rate of return. So I do think that we can do a lot of work, and I do think impact and financial performance should coexist.
Agree with you there, and of course Xiaoming can speak to that as well. They recently raised Fund 2, which is a $600 million investment backed by Temasek Trust as well as ADB. It's curious, I mean, it was mentioned by Vikas earlier today that we are now at $1.6 trillion towards impact investing. Clearly, Asia is a part of that. Xiaoming, it would be useful to hear, where do you see the market developing? What does it hold for Asia?
Sure, thank you. Firstly, thanks to the AVPN for having me. So I'll just do a very quick introduction of ABC Impact. We are a pan-Asian impact investing private equity fund, and we count Temasek Trust, Temasek, ADB as some of our investors. And we are looking to scale impact solutions in both social and environmental across Asia. And when we first started ABC, which is back in 2019, that's about 5-6 years ago, many LPs still view impact investing with curiosity. And it was a really unfamiliar category, and some view it as niche or philanthropic. But today we just welcome ADB into our fund too, and they made the first investment as an LP into an impact fund. So that is a big milestone. It shows that there's a mainstreaming of impact investing today, and it's a legitimate growth and resilience strategy. So I think today LPs are no longer asking why impact, but really how can we scale impact and collaborate. In terms of how we can build greater confidence in this sector, I think firstly it's really about track record. We were very fortunate with Fund 1 to have investors who believe in us, but since our first investment, we have demonstrated exits. And Fund 1 is today fully deployed. We have also a healthy clip of deployment for Fund 2, so that shows that there is ample opportunities in this market. We deploy into sectors such as healthcare, climate, education, food systems, and financial inclusion. And we focus on both financial and impact performance. And today, I think when we look at the portfolio, it's diversified across sectors and also diversified across geographies. So this gives the portfolio the breadth and the diversification for resilience. When we look at impact investing, we apply a strong institutional discipline. We run the fund with the same rigor as any typical private equity or VC fund, with robust due diligence, governance, risk management. And these are elements that are key success factors for the private equity industry, while adding impact accountability. So I think today, impact measurement is no longer just about compliance. It is part of our DNA. That's 100% of what we do here. And we apply the impact lens to portfolio management and also value creation. So as an example, we have a company that does autism rehabilitation service in China. It helps children with autism improve their outcomes in life. And we work with the company to improve the affordability of the solutions and also to measure the efficacy of these interventions. So in addition to this accountability, I think increasingly we look to collaborate with our LPs. So for example, ADB, for example, contributes expertise in gender lens and also financial inclusion. The Temasek Trust provides governance and long-term stewardship. So this is a journey that we continue to harness with our LPs. Thank you.
It's important, clearly, for LPs to hold hands with you throughout the journey. And I think that's the ethos of what impact funds do as well, that they do engage with their LPs and report back to their LPs. I know, Sandeep, you've pioneered the concept of entrepreneurial households and looking at underserved communities through that. How have your LPs perceived that, and how did you come up with the concept of entrepreneurial households?
Thank you, and first of all, what a wonderful celebration. Thank you for having me. Let me just, I think to really answer your question, I think some historical construct is probably important. We started about close to 20 years ago. At that time, I think the language was largely bottom of the pyramid and phrases like that. And I think it's a credit to the entire focus of many, many players over the years that I think that customer segment in certain markets in the emerging countries like India, where we work, we've also invested in Latin America, is that customer segment has really moved. When they're no longer fighting for subsistence, and where there may be a segment of the population that is fighting for subsistence, I think is the role for philanthropy and the role for government. But since we're talking about impact investing, that journey is important. Now, to give you further context on this question and why entrepreneurial household, a room like this, we're celebrating entrepreneurship as people setting up businesses or people who are running pools of capital, etc. But true entrepreneurship is what's happening really on the ground. So if you take during COVID and our field visits, very, very bottom up, 15% of leadership time goes into work on the ground, really conceptualizing our investment strategy as well as our exit strategy, interestingly. We saw a tremendous degree of resilience, very core to how we've always looked at the market, but it really surprised us in the middle of a healthcare crisis, how much of resilience actually existed. And when we double clicked on it, really it came down to the fact that households need to be the unit on which we focus as opposed to the individual. So the moment you think about households, then the reality kicks in is that there are multiple sources of income, some of which are formal, some of which are informal. And the fact that they can cross-leverage across these these sources of income really is what led to the resilience that existed within the household. Now, what does that mean if you have multiple sources of income? What does it mean if some are formal, some are informal? It's really entrepreneurial activity. And so we coined that phrase from a standpoint of saying this is probably a good phrase to demonstrate how resilient this customer segment is, that is aspirational, driving for change, wanting to educate their kids, dealing with supply chains within agriculture, focusing on quality healthcare, and really to celebrate that and articulate that vibrancy, that phrase was used. It's a very bottom-up perspective ultimately. I think the second dimension, just to reiterate, is that emphasis on the household. Go back to almost all of us in the impact investing space. Our origins will almost invariably start with microfinance in some respects. And when you think about microfinance, while it was a plain, simple, vanilla loan that was provided, the end use could have been very, very varied as far as the household was concerned. So it is actually a household product. And then the segment and the sector, everybody started to move into product-centric businesses and perhaps lost some focus on a solution orientation. And I think that's the other attempt, is to bring back the imagination, the creativity, and the business building capability into the household-centric kind of approach. And so focus on solutions for households. So you have to think about, for example, in an agri context, you don't think about it just as an information business on what's happening in terms of different kinds of crop information, etc., or think about it only as a supply chain finance company. You have to think about it as a complete solution. If you're thinking about healthcare, you can't just say, I'm giving you a telemedicine framework. You have to have the ability to do a diagnostic. You have to have the ability to have a pharmacy locally and make a referral to a hospital if a surgery is required. So we need to think solutions as far as customers are concerned, and then think about scale very, very dramatically. And I think that's what we really tried to do at Elevar. 50 plus companies over the last, through 5 funds, 60 million households. Now, if you multiply number of people per household, we're probably talking north of 200 million people who've been impacted. And keep in mind, we were the early stage capital, almost invariably the first institutional capital, which necessarily meant we perhaps have one of the best efficiencies of the dollar to the kind of impact we're creating at a household level. And that's something we feel pretty good about. So hope that answers your question.
No, it's incredible the amount of scale we're actually able to achieve and the beneficiary segments as well that we managed to get to as a part of the impact investing that we do within, and all of you are part of the solution in deploying that capital. But Asia is not without headwinds. You've got issues around credibility, especially for transition finance. You've got climate reporting. There are questions around exits and liquidity within these impact funds. And these are tough questions. So, Colin, I'd like to turn to you. Transition finance continues to be a key area of need for Asia's heavy emitting sectors. How do you assess the credibility of the organization's transition plans? What role is MUFG playing in making sure that these pathways are investable?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think what's important is why we do transition finance in the first place. And if you think about it, green financing, I wouldn't say is easy, but it's the obvious one. You finance a renewable power station, you finance solar, hydro, etc. These are conceptually what we want to do. What is important in Asia is the fact that we have a lot of high-emitting sectors, and power being one of the greatest impacts that we have. And so hence, that's one of the big transition finance type of targets that we look at. And as you heard earlier from Bank Negara governor, in order to meet our goals for development, we need to, within the next 200 years, I heard, in order to reach that kind of development. You can't do that. So what we do is we divided our portfolio into 8 different segments, high emitting segments, which have high emissions. So the idea is that with transition finance, and if we can label that, we can approach these sectors. The very first set of restrictions that we had was we cannot finance high emission sectors. But if we have a good approach, then we understand how we can approach these. So the high emission sectors, like for hard to abate sectors, like power, oil and gas, steel and cement, these are all targets that we have, and these are the ones that we want. The first thing we need to do is engage the company. Sometimes the companies will set out a plan, which will be their sustainability plan, which they issue on a yearly basis. We need to go and sit down with the companies and go through the plans. They will have science-based targets. I think if we don't have anything, if we don't use the science-based targets, then it's very hard to measure. Because at the end of the day, you need to measure the impact that you have, and you need to make sure that the money, the capital that's mobilized is mobilized effectively and allowed to do that. So the first thing is engagement with the companies and using the targets that we have from either third parties or from sort of agreed standards that we have.
Thank you. Sophia, on this one, I mean, again, transition finance is one of the areas you're addressing as well. You are clearly one of the leaders when it comes to sustainability as well as climate reporting disclosures, and I think some of that comes from your AIGCC background as well, making sure that it's implemented across the organization. What are your expectations from the companies that you're investing in when it comes to climate-related disclosures, and how are you engaging with them?
Right. Because I am the chair of Asia Investor Group on Climate Change. When you are a chair, you should do more. So, and now whenever there's a new initiative, working group, we just try to learn and find the area we can contribute. Cathay Financial Holdings and Cathay Life was selected as examples for investor climate action plans. And I think the following years, we were also selected as TCFD reporting examples for the world. So I do think if you want to be a listed companies, our stakeholders deserve to know. So when we need to do good, we need to do good work. But we should also have good disclosure. So these are, to me, it's very basic. How does this affect how we make investment decisions? For example, in 2014, we learned from Austria at that time before AIGCC, and they were inviting investors to do low carbon investment registry. So that was the first time we learned, oh, what is low carbon? And we should define the investment target need to have more than 50% of revenue come from these 6 related areas. So our definition is more strict, so we can prevent greenwashing. And since then, every year we need to do the statistics. 2018, with TCFD, we start to disclose carbon footprinting, the carbon intensity for both equity and bond portfolio. No data, no information, no discussion. So we will start to have more interactive discussion among our subsidiaries. So every year we will monitor what's the density, how much emission we do for every dollar of our investment. And so with this data availability, we actually discuss very well. But we don't fall in love and hate with data availability, because many investors, they just say because the data quality not good. Have some simple job, you can just do it. You don't need to wait for someone else's database. And then with that, we always think, okay, can this lead to my stakeholder? So besides financial investment, we also closely examine the ESG and also climate actions, climate change response by our investee. So even in AGM, we go there and engagement program. Through engagement, we can also understand their expertise. What is the trouble? Can we find other country solution for them until they have no excuse? They have to do better job. So we can start to boost the positive ecosystem. And the whole process actually changed how we see things, how we evaluate business, how we decide what we want to do, what we don't want to do. So as early as 2019, we stopped new coal-fired power plant, even in secondary bank loan, project finance, because the equator principle only applied to primary market. Even secondary market, we apply equator principle. And so by first quarter of 2027, the vintage will run 0 by correlated. And for investment, we will have very clear framework on if it's fossil fuel related, sensitive sector. This is very important learning. And then the next one is because for TCFD, you need to includes adopt a science-based target. So then we need to do simulation, look at how much we are boosting the temperature, how we do the business adjustment, how we go from green building into net zero building in our investment. So I think it's a lot of fun. But for Taiwan, Japan, Korea, we heavily depends on energy import. And therefore, like 97% of our energy is imported. Therefore, we put more time support renewable energy until it's sizable, then we can talk about fix the traditional energy. So through all this learning, we are the biggest investor in renewable energy, one of the major lenders in the area as well. So through the whole process, you can also make the decision. We want to increase allocation to more decarbonization, more impact area. At the meantime, whoever have an excuse not to do things, we start to create training, education, find an expert to help them. You are enabling them. That I think is very basic duty we should do, I think.
So you're setting the bar for everyone to follow.
We have so much to learn.
And I think that's what we're hoping to hear from ABC Impact as well. Clearly, you know, with the kind of risks that we're facing in Asia and LP expectations as well, exits, liquidity is a big issue. How are you managing these LP expectations, and what has been ABC's experience when it comes to exits as well as liquidity?
Sure, thank you. So I think just to set the context, we are a fund with a defined fund life. So we need to invest in stage-appropriate companies and to engage them actively so that we can achieve the exits, the liquidity, and the DPIs during our fund life, which is the expectations of our LPs when they invest in us. And I think firstly, I think exits are definitely real and achievable. We have already achieved exits in our first fund, and through secondary sales, through trade sales. And we do see healthy interest in our portfolio companies as they grow from both strategic buyers and also financial sponsors. But increasingly, having impact investors on the cap table is an alternative exit pathway, because we do see that with impact-aligned investors on the cap table, it creates additional buyer pools for investors who are looking for impactful businesses. And within the Asian context, just like one of the speakers mentioned earlier, I think local context is everything. Many of our portfolio companies, be it, let's say, a lender in India or a healthcare company in the Philippines, are in sectors where it's either ripe for consolidation or there will be a path towards eventual IPO. So we believe that by backing some of these businesses with very strong business fundamentals and with the right social license to operate in each of these countries, they'll make these companies an attractive investment target down the road for other investors. And not to belittle that, exit planning is important in our work. So when we approach exits, it's not an afterthought. When we first make the investment, we'll think about what can we do to help this company raise money down the road from other investors and to achieve the liquidity. So for example, in one of our companies in the renewable space, we work with the management to actively shape the company and to position it such that it reach the necessary scale with the right footprint that makes it an attractive target for future investors to invest in. So I think that's a lot of work and planning around it, but it is definitely something that can be achieved in this space.
Thank you. I know Sandeep and I had a chat earlier, and he said, oh, you're making it too plain vanilla. We need to make it a bit provocative. And one of the subjects that's a touchy subject at this point in time is the letter T, whether it stands for Trump or whether it stands for tariffs. During this environment, I understand, despite all else, you're hoping to build 50+ big blue chip companies. How are you planning for that? What impact is the current political environment going to have for them? And also, what are your expectations and outcomes?
Okay, you were really trying to set me up out there. Okay, let's again step back a little bit. I I think if most of us were to ask ourselves the question in this room, are we focused on the innovation side of the equation or in the scale side of the equation? My sense is most of us will say it's on the innovation side. And it will be largely because we're trying to demonstrate something so that larger pools of capital, larger impact can be created. But we're still working within that framework. Now, why is that? I think there are many reasons, but one of the most important reasons, let's just recognize, there is insufficient capital for scale. So scale is our unfinished business, there's no doubt about that. It also makes it crazy that you have people in this room who will be trying to raise $1 million or $500,000 while we are as robust an ecosystem as we've got out here. So let me put this all into context in the way I've seen the space over the last 20 years. There's no doubt that if we focus on core solutions, essential services, what we call the non-discretionary spend of the equation, starting with financial services and then moving into education, agriculture, healthcare, and small businesses, the core dynamics of a household's wallet, I think the business models are there. No need for any more innovation. All products that any of us can take for granted are available, those product constructs, they are affordable, we can scale them. What is evidence of that scale? We've seen it within our own portfolio. Coming to the exit framework, we've had from IPOs to strategic sales to financial investors, so all kinds of exits. We did something on entrepreneurial households and we looked at the financial inclusion space in India and tracked 34 companies and kind of looked at it in an index format. 34 companies, $125 billion of market cap. We've seen our companies where we've exited and mainstream private equity came in. Capitalizing those companies, the scale starts to move much faster. So the reality is we're suboptimum on scale as a sector. There's no doubt about that. Now, what do we need to do if we were to think about going forward? From our standpoint, I think as managers working with companies, we said we have to focus. We can't be 200 companies that we're going to invest. Let's create 50 great companies, blue chip, as we called it. What does that mean? It means we need to think about different pools of capital that is going to be available on a timely basis to capitalize these companies to build scale. But in addition, I think from where impact investing started 20 years ago to where we are today, let's also recognize that we don't need to break our heads on measurement the way the industry is. I strongly believe that. The problem with measurement is you're coming after the act. Today, data is available. You can get multiple sources of data to talk to each other, to be able to formulate a point of view as to where you need to allocate your capital, where do you need to build your distribution footprint on the ground, and how do you think about scale in that context. And we looked around who's actually getting data to speak to each other and be able to build a product in a way where data at scale for company building would be available, and it wasn't an easy answer to find that, so we said we'll do it ourselves. I have a colleague who's got a session at 2:30 today talking about that, which is on AI data in the context of company building, using healthcare as an example of one of our portfolio companies. But I think we are at an inflection point. We can demonstrate that business models can scale. The capital is where the gap is, but business building capability exists, talent capability exists. Every other aspect except scalable capital is available in the industry, and I think we need to really focus on that.
Thank you. That sets it up very well for Colin to step in. Obviously, we want to talk about, we are now at the stage of the discussion where we want to talk about where the future opportunities are, and where the sectors where others should be investing. Colin, you act as an LP, plus you're looking at blended finance as an opportunity. MUFG has been investing in it for a while. What is the type of pipeline you're looking for? How do we get the kind of scale that Sandeep was referring to with, you know, large players like yourself getting involved?
Yeah, thanks. I think the fact, as Sandeep mentioned, scale, and this is a lot of the problem that we have, scaling the transactions which have the most impact. And we approach that in various forms, and I'll try to be quick. I notice the time. And it's in two forms. One is through our LP investments. So as an example, we invested in a project called Project Greenprint. Project Greenprint is a platform which was developed initially by the MAS in Singapore, and that allows SMEs to report their emissions, and it is a verified form of emission. So it makes it cheaper for them to do that, and we can look at the impact, and their impact affects our corporate clients, which is our core. That's one example. Another example is through blended finance. Blended finance is a platform which we have started. I think it's kicking off, but we've been at it for about 3 or 4 years. We've done already 16 transactions. Most of them are in Africa. And as you heard recently, that's where a lot of the innovation is coming from. With that thing, we can approach and we can look at transactions which are more difficult for traditional forms of financing, and we can get the scale done on a bigger platform. Just one last point is that we are looking at a blended finance fund, which is called Gaia. And that one allows, blended finance is very difficult to put in on a case-by-case basis. With a fund, we believe that we can accelerate that particular process.
Great, and I can see Cameron in the audience who's been working with the SSFA on this, as well as we heard a lot of conversations from the Hong Kong Green Finance Association looking to see how to scale blended finance. I know we're coming very close to time, so I'm going to go to you, Sophia. There's been a lot of pushback on sort of the ESG language within corporates. How have you adapted at Cathay?
Don't listen to what they say, look at what they do. Okay, the first reality is in Asia, we are moving faster, bigger, and broader. In AIGCC today, we already have almost every 1 or 2 months, we have new applications. We have more than 80 members from 11 markets, representing more than 26 trillion US dollar of asset. And recently, we are seeing more even sovereign wealth funds in Southeast Asian countries are joining as an observer and later become member. Taiwan Pension Fund as well. We also see Europe, they do relax a little bit on some of the Green Deal related rule, but I think it's maybe originally it was very good intention and super tight with the Ukraine war and some other energy security consideration. They were relaxed a little bit too more workable, realistic. I don't think they pull out at all. So even US companies, they are trying to find other location, affiliate company in different countries to find other way to participate. So they do. And I think global investor, we still get so many investors asking, how do we see, do we do greenwashing? So I don't see pullback except some very selected areas. And then the second reality is corporate, they are more active. This is already the 9th year, Cathay, we host Climate Sustainable Finance and Climate Change Summit. This year, we are so honored. We have more than 5,000 delegates, representing 84% of Taiwan's stock market cap, 54% of the country's emission. People care. If you go to the right person, engage them, they don't do it because they don't know, not because they don't want to do it. And the reality 3 is, if climate change is so affecting Asia, we should do more, not pull back. Asia, especially emerging countries, they heavily depend on high emission industry. We create 50 to 70% of the world's chemical, steel, cement. We create 1/3 of the world transportation vehicles. Asia, agriculture, fishermen, food security, energy security, also heavily affected by climate change. And we all agree we totally failed on climate mitigation. So we should also do a lot more. That's why we sponsor the energy transition. I think it's not just energy, everything transition is needed. And that's why impact investing is also needed. We should make sure how we learn this new world, the change, who can do what where. I don't see any second we can pull back. And lastly, I really see, as I explained, Asia is accelerating. And I'm so happy to see, look at the audience, not just climate investment, also impact investing. We should be confident. And I fully agree, many speakers say Asia could be a co-developer of this rather than just learning this knowledge. So the future of Asia depends on each one of us.
Thank you so much, Sophia. I think this is a great point, segue to end the conversation. Asia, we lead the way. And clearly, all of the people within the audience, plus I'd like to thank the panelists who clearly continue to be committed to this. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again to all the panelists. In the last session of this morning, we'll explore how impact funders, such as financial institutions, foundations, and funds, are supporting innovations, building local capacity, and collaborating for scale.
Please join me in welcoming the speakers. Gurpreet Sunny Singh, founder, Round Glass Foundation. Janet Hall, director, Investment Funds and Special Initiatives Division, Private Sector Operations Department, Asian Development Bank. Kamran Khan, Head of Sustainable Finance for Asia Pacific, Middle East and Africa, Deutsche Bank. Kim C. Lim, Chief Investment Officer, Public Sector Region 1, Financial Institutions and Funds Global, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. The session is moderated by Sandeep Paneja, founder and managing partner at Kaizenvest.
Start? All right. Hello. Just before your lunch, I'm Sandeep. I'm with Kaizenvest, and we are an investor in social sectors like education. And I have the privilege of hosting this amazing LP session with a lot of people that I've worked with in the past and have the respect for the work that they bring to table in terms of transforming impact in Asia. It's a great opportunity to be here, and it'll be a tough act to follow from the previous Sandeep. So I wish my parents had made me something else, so I wouldn't have to like, okay, this is Sandeep 1, Sandeep 2. Well, I'm glad he went ahead. I have a high bar to follow. But excellent to be here. Earlier this morning, there's a comment by Tracy Pun, CEO of Social Finance, that stuck with me, where she mentioned that philanthropy in the environment we are in today, with all sorts of funding organizations looking to make change in sectors where we need the most help, philanthropy is the soul when every sort of capital comes together. That makes a lot of sense. And what fuels the soul today and brings speed to it and perhaps scalability to it is, in my opinion, impact investing. And philanthropy brings depth, impact investing brings depth and scale. So hopefully, with that thought process, we can get into the nitty-gritties of what the largest funders in Asia are looking at as opportunities, what some of the most deepest funders and implementers looking at in Asia. So we have a real mix of people who bring together different talent and different expertise, which we will benefit from greatly. So as we know, I don't have to repeat the macro that we are in today. Capital is limited, political winds are confusing, and trade winds are super confusing. So given this, the level of uncertainty is requiring us to be more inward focused, to be more conservative, to be thoughtful, and to be patient, and to see things evolve. And every morning when I wake up and I read the news, I try not to read the news, but I'm pulled to it. And I have a sense of foreboding saying, oh, another anxious morning with what new news would have been created overnight. So, but the beauty of where we are remains we have in front of us a real opportunity to bring solutions and at scale with the help of capital which exists today in Asia for Asia, the theme that we have for the conference today. With that backdrop, maybe what I can do is I'll ask each panelist, when I ask them the first question, to introduce themselves, because they'll do a better job than me introducing you. And in that process, we will get the question addressed and also move on and create a vibrant conversation. So maybe, Jeanette, I'll start with you first. So you are the leading DFI in Asia at the moment, and you've been investing for years in funds and co-investing in direct deals as well. So we've interacted with you in both those capacities. So it's been a great learning experience. At the same time, how do you balance innovation versus scale? A question that was kind of addressed in the previous panel as well, but love to hear from your perspective.
Perfect. Thanks very much, Sandeep, and obviously very good to see you here. So before I answer that question, I just wanted to give a very quick overview of ADB, particularly its private equity fund business. So I run ADB's fund-to-fund business, and we try to deploy about 300 million each year throughout the region. So obviously, we try to go into the larger markets of India, China, as well as Southeast Asia. And then given our mandate, we try to support infrastructure, financial services, healthcare, and education. So very near and dear to us are obviously these impact sectors. So the question that you asked is obviously at the heart of ADB, just given the fact that we are a development institution for Asia. And for us, it's really critical, particularly for our equity portfolio, to be able to balance early stage risk against obviously achieving the risk-adjusted returns. Now, for us, innovation is not just about technology. It's clearly about supporting sectors and countries where the private sector may be less hesitant. So we've obviously tried to support funds such as forestry funds, education funds with Sandeep in Kaizen. And then also we try to go more into the frontier markets such as Pakistan as well as Bangladesh. So for us, these are all early stage types of support that we try to do. At the same time, it's really important that we go more into establishing the established fund managers. So this is where we've invested in larger tickets, for instance, with OrbiMed, which is a global healthcare platform, as well as Creador, which is a regional play here that focuses on consumer and financial service and multi-sectors. So for us, when we start looking at both the early stage as well as the more established platforms, we look at it more as a portfolio approach. And for us, that basically means taking about 80 to 85%, investing in the more larger core markets, as I mentioned, and more established fund managers, and then balancing that with the higher risk, or what we term as higher risk, in certain sectors and countries. And for us, we believe this portfolio approach then allows us to obviously fulfill our dual mandate of achieving both impact as well as returns.
Excellent. Thank you, Jeanette. And that leads me to better understanding of what you do, but I'll come back to that in a little bit later as I move on to Kamran. We met a while ago when you had just moved to Singapore and you were leading Deutsche Bank's Impact Sustainability Division. I would love to hear some of the work that you've done since then and some of the more important decisions that you point to which GPs and LPs can benefit from, given that you play a bigger role in the background as well with a lot of the initiatives which are happening in Asia.
Great, thank you very much. So my name is Kamran Khan. I head sustainable finance for the Deutsche Bank Group for Asia Pacific, Middle East, and Africa. And just before we start talking about the private capital, I think it might be helpful, Sandeep, to just give a simple framework. So imagine x-axes and y-axes with a zero in the middle, and imagine everything to the left of the zero in the negative territory is do no harm, right? Which is where the private capital lived in the past, where there were projects which had high risk for environment or social issues, and the deal teams were responsible for mitigating those and bringing them to zero, so that the investment committee could feel comfortable that you're not taking excessive risk, either from a reputational perspective or sometimes increasingly from a financial perspective. But then if you go to the right of the zero, the positive territory, that is where sustainable finance, impact investment, and everything else lives, okay? So very, very important. The sustainable finance business is massive. And towards the end of that continuum, you will see the MDBs and so on coming into that same positive space. Just to give you a sense of the magnitude, we have our own sustainable finance or ESG taxonomy we built 5 years ago. We're now adding a transition finance framework and a nature framework to it. We have established green bond programs, social bond programs, all of which have third-party reviewers. The taxonomies are known to all the 100+ regulators around the world, so every transaction we do and call sustainable finance is 100% auditable. We have carbon pathway, so we have a net zero pathway to make our balance sheet, the entire balance sheet, come to net zero by a certain time. We have the pathways on how we're going to do that. We have carbon budgets established within the banks. So just like your financial budget, you now have a carbon budget on how many deals a department can do. You can use your budget in 5 transactions, or you can spread it over 50 transactions. That's a business decision they have to make. So we've come a long way, lots of controls and so on. We do roughly about 100 billion euros of business in sustainable finance each year. And we've been doing it for now last 4 or 5 years. And when we lead a transaction, we usually keep about 20% of that on our books. So when you think about the magnitude of the impact, multiply the 100 billion by 5, 4 or 5 at least, to get a sense of how much, and this, we're one bank, there are quite a few banks doing this. So that's the basic setup. Now, we are also the accredited entity for the Green Climate Fund, where our mandate is to advise fund managers on how to launch green impact funds. We've been very active on that as well. We've launched a fund. We hope to do that, launch 2 more next year. So there's a lot going on now. Based on that, and as you mentioned earlier, I used to have my own impact fund that I raised. So with that background, I would offer 2 pieces of advice, which I think would be useful for fund managers as they are thinking about launching. First, impact investment is different from charity. Let me explain. So if you're talking about impact investment, you have to first identify who are your beneficiaries? Who are you trying to help? You have to then identify how are you going to help and how will you measure that you have helped them, okay? That, I think everybody at this conference knows this part very well. But I think to be successful at impact investment, you need to understand the other end and invest time in that, which is your beneficiaries who you're helping, what will they produce? Who will buy that, whatever it is that they will produce? If you haven't figured that part out, you are more heart than brain, because you are trying to help people, but you haven't figured out how you're going to do that in a sustainable fashion, right? So once you have, like in the business world, we call it product, which is your beneficiaries and what they will do. That's your product. And then on the other end, who is going to pay for it? That's your buyer. Once you have a product and a buyer, then you can go to investors and say, I need you to finance me. I need you to fund me so I can close this bridge. So very, very important. The second point I would say is data or lack of data should not restrict the impact activity you're planning. So if you are a GP, or if you're an advisor to a GP for ESG investment, and you're saying, well, we can't do that because there's no data, I have news for you. It is your job to create that data. It is your job to identify what are the material KPIs and build a data collection framework. I do that with multinational corporations every day, and we ask them, you say, you want to be sustainable? You better start collecting this data. And this is, you know, there are global conventions all around. I think in the earlier segment, Sandeep mentioned how they're doing it in one case. So I think data should not be used as an excuse.
I think you added a new dimension to this conversation, which I had started writing, the data aspect. So I'm going to bring it up in extempore. You can think through answers in the meantime. But Kimsey, over to you. Love to hear, as AIIB's perspective on infrastructure that you support in the region, maybe a couple of examples that we may not be aware of, and what drives AIIB to make those investments. That'll be awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Kimsey Lim, Chief Investment Officer at AIIB. I joined the bank only about 2 months ago from my prior role at IFC as the Regional Director for East Asia. Pleasure to be here. Maybe a few words about AIIB. So we are relatively young MDB when we work very closely with our more established MDB partners like IFC, World Bank, ADB, EBRD, and so on. We are a little bit different from the rest of the other MDBs in that we focus specifically on infrastructure. And infrastructure in our world includes social infrastructure, which is health and education, because we believe infrastructure investment and sustainable infrastructure investment is the foundation for lifting livelihoods and creating inclusive prosperity for all for the next generation. So since our founding in 2016, we have approved over 62 billion of investments in 300 projects, 38 countries. So we are a global platform, although we are rooted in Asia. The next theme of our investment strategy is to create or enhance connectivity of Asia to the rest of the world, because we believe that is a way to also bring inclusive development to Asia and beyond. And another cross-cutting theme for us is digital. And digital-enabled infrastructure is a core part of our strategy. So to your question, Sandeep, on how we invest through several channels. One, of course, is our own capital on our own balance sheet, and that could be funding directly to corporates for infrastructure projects that meet our mandate, or through intermediaries, which is funds, which is a global portfolio that I manage. I manage the funds and financial institution business globally, and we partner with a whole spectrum of fund managers with the likes of GIP, GLP, Actis, and also the venture capital spectrum as well as platforms that include a mixture of capital, such as the Lighthouse Partners Alliance, which includes capital from MDBs, commercial capital, as well as blended finance capital, to promote venture capital investments in the digital infrastructure space. So maybe I'll stop there and
that's super useful, and I think that's the best summary I've had on AIB, which really helps us understand what AIB looks at the moment. And thank you for that. Sunny, you do something very different. You are using your capital and working on the ground to bring change, and actively not only the source of capital, also amassing capital around that from other parties, and also implementing projects on the ground on your own. Would love to hear the work that you do, and some of the phrases that you've used on our conversation stuck with me. I'd love to, for the benefit of the audience, I'd love if you could sort of focus on the BHAG, an unachievable goal aspect of the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep. I did after 3 corporate jobs where I was a complete misfit, I did a company in health tech, sold it 5 years ago,
and then started a company in holistic well-being, which is called Round Glass now. And the intent of starting the second company was, I was not going to do anything. I'd done my startup, I was satisfied. And I did a lot of soul searching, and I was not happy with the way healthcare was working in the US and in the world. And because it was a business of care. And I said, it's not a system of care. So we started something called Round Glass, focused on holistic well-being. Now, Sandeep, to your question, as we implemented Round Glass, there are a few things that came to me. And given we had no rules, I had no rule I had to abide by. There was no framework I had to abide by. I could do whatever we damn well pleased because it's our capital, our thinking, our people, etc. We said, and I believe in disruptions. I think disruptions are great. And this is one of the most disruptive era we're living in. So I think we are very privileged. And I tell young kids who are in the 20s, I said, I wish I was 20 today. The best years are ahead of us, irrespective of what you say about things happening in the world. So one of the rules that I devised was that if you look at corporates are best at solving problems. Foundations are not. If a company doesn't solve a problem really well, they'll get wiped out by the competition. Foundations don't feel that pressure. You know, Karma, you made a very interesting comment that impact investing and charity are different. My question is, why should they be? Why should charity not be driven by ROI and our IRRs, but measured in a different way? We do that. So if you look at what Sandeep was mentioning with BHAG, our big goal, I believe we should set a goal that creates a surplus, not address the shortage in the market. Now, everybody says, okay, let's build the next lane in a highway because we have more traffic. I say that's absurd. You look at a problem saying, how do I create a surplus so the problem disappears forever, sustainably so? And when you do so, you think differently. When you think of a problem 20 years out and saying, in 20 years, I want to achieve a problem, make it sustainable, and what do I have to do in year one? You'll think differently if you're thinking only of the next 5 years or the next year. So I'll give you one example. We have decided to plant, of course, we do work which is pan-India in terms of our giving. We do stuff that's in the state of Punjab, one of the 28 states in India, population 30 million. We do stuff in the US-India bilateral. One of the things we decided to do in Punjab was plant 1 billion trees. Punjab will become a desert by 2038 and the adjoining state of Haryana if 1 billion trees are not planted. We have to plant 1 billion trees by 2035. We are today at 3 million in about a few years. We planted 3 million and we achieved scalability now. We only have a path to 400 million. We don't have a path to 1 billion. But I'm not removing the target just because we don't have the path to 1 billion. And as far as I'm concerned, we will plant 1 billion trees. My team has no choice. So what we have to do, we have to innovate. We have to be highly disruptive in our thinking. We have to have sustainability, systems thinking, transparency, the kind of things that a company thinks like, right? We have $1 trillion and multi-trillion dollars companies today. I say we should have trillion-dollar foundations tomorrow. Why not? And I was talking to, I think, Sandeep or somebody, I said, if you look at sustainability and areas around sustainability today, it is the most attractive place to be in because why? We are falling off a cliff as human beings. Planetary health is at an all-time low. So when something happens to you, no matter how poor you are, when your health gets impacted, when your kids' health get impacted, you find the money and the resources to attend to it. You beg, borrow, or steal. And we're living in a world where a lot of things are going wrong, and therefore, a lot of money will get pumped into individual sustainability and planetary sustainability, individual well-being and planetary well-being. I say it's the best place to be now because you will know the stock market of tomorrow today because that's going to happen.
Thank you, Sunny. The voice of an entrepreneur comes through, I suppose, through that, where you got to get it done, so you got to get it done. I get that. We are on the same path. I think one of the questions I had first set out, I'll replace it with the data question because it's such a critical question in front of us. We as investors love to measure impact, love to measure ROI and IRR. The hardest thing that we should measure well, but we don't do a really good job of, is consistently measuring impact. And that matters a lot because there is a canned approach to measuring impact, which is in education, for example, we change lives by increasing learning outcomes. But if you double click on that, at the cost of what? How did you do it? Unless you get to the how and the why of it, the what doesn't tell you the entire answer. So the data itself is very valuable, but the story behind the data is even more valuable. And how do you then, as an LP Jeanette, counterbalance the desire for the society to see ADB as an entity that understands the balance between financial returns and the stories behind the returns? How do you play that tussle, or in many sectors, theoretically, it's very aligned. If you are really doing well for people, they'll come back to you and seek service. Costs of acquisition goes to zero, profits get higher. There is truth in that in education, maybe other sectors, but many sectors don't have that, where there's a tussle. So is there an alignment that you seek between impact data and ROI and IRRs?
Yes, so thank you for that. So, so obviously as a multilateral, we're very focused on being able to trace, the money that we've invested in and how that's actually been reported. So a lot of times when we invest in funds, as Sandeep will know, we have certain metrics that we require you to report on every single year. But many of these metrics that we report on are actually also very standard. And it doesn't really, as you mentioned, tell the story behind some of the investments that you have done, and that can be really quite impactful. So, and that's something that we constantly try to improve on. But in order for us to really be able to tell the story, this is where we think case studies have been really critical for us. And so we use these case studies when we go out and we speak to the market, on our conferences. We ask each of our clients to talk about the story, to illustrate how ADB came in, how, like for you in Kaizen, how you were able to utilize our funding to be able to reach a certain population and in education and things like that. So that for us is one of the most important medium. So it really is, it's a difficult balance because data is really the only thing that we can measure and be able to tell the story.
That balance hopefully will get more easier to manage as better, clearer impact measurement statistics come to life, and which we're all waiting for. Kamran, you already answered my second question to you very nicely, so I'll have to come up with a new question for you. So Asia for Asia is the theme, and you represent a global giant rooted in Europe. Are you seeing a push towards DB finding more sustainable sources of capital or driving more capital within Asia for Asia? Is there a catalytic role that you're playing as well? Or do you still see Europe as a major driver of capital towards Asia, for example, in impact investing?
Yes, thank you for asking that question. Actually, I would love for the audience here to get a good sense of what's happening in Asia. So my role, like I said, my markets are Asia Pacific, Middle East, and Africa. Our clients, by and large, are multinational corporations, either headquartered in Europe, North America, and increasingly Asian MNCs who are selling globally, right? And most people have a sense that, well, this is all Europe, but let me give you some numbers, generally speaking. For APAC alone, we do somewhere between 130 to 150 sustainable finance transactions each year, where the notional total value of the transaction is somewhere between 30 billion to 50 billion. This is per year, one bank. So what is that? That is European companies that are heavily vested in Asia. They're either manufacturing here or they're sourcing out of here, and they need to raise capital in a sustainable way to show that not only are their business processes responsible and sustainable, but their product footprints are also light on carbon issues. because that's critical for them to remain competitive globally, okay? I don't know if how many of you would know this, but Asia Pacific is already the biggest user as a region of renewable energy, right? So there's more renewable energy in this region than anywhere else. And that stands to reason because companies are manufacturing here, so this is where they need their renewable energy, right? Data center market here is expanding because the consumers of data and applications are all coming out of Asia now, right? So I think when you think about Asia as the destination from where, or the origination of exports, almost 40–50% of global exports come from Asia Pacific. If you look at sourcing, again, global sourcing, 40–50% of that is happening out of here. So there's a lot going on. We don't see that in the data often because, for example, let's say I have a client that's raising a 10 billion euro green bond for something sustainable. They have huge presence here. They're going to invest a lot of that capital in Asia. We would get involved, but that deal might get booked in Europe. So it wouldn't show up on deal tables. But what I would encourage people to do is to look at not where transactions are financed, but where the capital is deployed. And if you look at the capital deployment, Asia is playing a massive role. And my last bit I would say that is very, very relevant, which is we have come this far on sustainable technologies and so on, pushed by EU and various other factors. Now, obviously, the Asian regulators are getting active. But I would submit that now where we are, we need to go to the next level, and at the next level, the sustainable options have to be on par or cheaper than the non-sustainable traditional options. Where is that cost-effective technology going to come from? Very unlikely to come from Europe and North America. It's going to come from this region, the Indias, Chinas of the world. They're going to come up with, my favorite Hindi word, jugaad, which is a fix, right? How do you find the most cost-effective way to be sustainable and profitable at the same time? So I think you will see a pretty massive push coming from Asia.
Fully agree with that. I think, Kimsey, one question I have for you is to get down to a simple story that you may have around your favorite impact project. If you want to just tell us a bit about that.
There's many, so how much time do you have? I think, so I think that we really invest across the spectrum. As I mentioned, from the large funds, which will then do large mega power projects and so on, to the mid-cap and then to the venture. I think the one that I think we like to talk about a lot is the transition fund with Actis, which is the first for us, and I think it's a new sort of asset class that we're investing in with Actis as a partner. And because we feel like with like-minded GPs, we can do a lot more. And we particularly like investing through our GP partnerships because we can then invest at scale. Because the infrastructure investment gap in Asia, many of you know, is about 1.5, 1.7 trillion. And MDBs, even collectively, will not be able to meet that just on our own balance sheets. So how can we get the leverage factor by being an LP anchoring a fund for 10 or 15% of the LP raise in that round? We can have a 10–15% multiplier effect. So we really look for the maximum impact by investing with our GPs across the entire spectrum, from large mega projects down to VCs. And we also have partnerships with the likes of HKMA to entice them to co-invest with us in venture capital in Asia, targeted towards digital solutions, which we think is the next big game for us in how we can make energy solutions more efficient, how we can make connectivity better for for the region and beyond. So it's really across the spectrum. There's no one project that is my favorite. Sorry about that.
That's really well said, like asking a parent which is your favorite child. That's a tough one, but thank you for answering it so well. So I think as I think about this a lot with Sunny, you and I spoke about it, you have two options. Either you can tell us a story that really appeals to you, or you can describe for us holistic well-being and what role that plays in your work that you do. Those are both very interesting to me.
Yes, you know, my fundamental belief is that if you give me any problem in the world and we apply the paradigms of holistic well-being to it, we can solve that problem. So I believe holistic well-being, and I'll tell you what I mean by holistic well-being, is the silver bullet solution to every problem in the world, whether it's a war, whether it's poverty, whether it's health, whatever you want to talk about. And holistic well-being is a superset of health. Health is a subset of holistic well-being. The way we look at holistic well-being, at least how we define it, is there are 8 pillars to it. We look at the whole person approach, and we look at the holistic approach of solving a problem. We look at 8 pillars of holistic well-being. We look at physical and emotional on one side, spiritual, so mind, body, soul coming together. We look at financial and professional well-being. We look at community well-being, sense of service for the community. We look at social well-being with the social tribe and projecting yourself with your social tribe. And we look at planetary well-being. So we look at 8 pillars of holistic well-being. When you incorporate those into your life, and this is a journey, holistic well-being or well-being is a journey, there's no destination. Imagine there's no chase. There's nothing you have to chase in your life, and there's no destination you have to achieve, how good life becomes. So the whole paradigm of holistic well-being is weaved into my own personal life, how I live it, and I'm loving it. I so much I believe that I believe my best growth is ahead of me. Now imagine, you know, I'm 61, and I feel I have learned nothing yet. I have lived nothing yet. And I have lived a good life. I'm one of the lucky ones, right? We have weaved that into the whole paradigm of what we do in Round Glass, which is living and giving. Living is our way of saying we're going to democratize holistic well-being for humanity, create awareness, provide tools, provide free apps, et cetera, on the giving side. Everything we are doing around environment, youth development, women equity, et cetera, everything we do is weaved with holistic well-being paradigms in there. So for example, and this part of the storytelling I can do is, when you look at the villages of Punjab we're working on, we didn't say, okay, let's go fix a problem. We say, what are the villages, the 12,000 villages in Punjab, what is the problem they are facing? And there's a multitude of problems, but you can't take one problem and fix it and somehow feel that it's going to kind of trickle to other things. Let me tell you what I mean by that. So we looked at the villages, we have about 3,000 to 12,000 villages today. We looked at problems around youth development, women equity, and the environment. And if we don't tackle them together, so for example, people who might be aware of Punjab, there's a lot of drug problems over there, right? If you look at the drug problems, I solve the drug problems, I'll be diving deep into it for the rest of my life, and I will not make a dent, because the last 3 decades have not. What I can do is I can stop the bleeding into, getting our kids into drug, I can stop that. So what we did was, instead of looking at the drug problem, we looked at how can we purpose our kids through experiential learning, making them curious, joyful learners by Learn Labs in the afternoon, making them play sports in the evening. They go home tired 7 days a week. Learning 5 to 6 days, sports 7 days. In all the 3,000 villages that we have today in Punjab that we are in, approximately, there is no kid going into drugs. So we have stopped. It's like neutering a dog and there are no puppies coming from a stray dog, right? We have stopped the inflow. We have change makers we hire from those villages and purpose them to run our initiatives. They become, and these are young boys and girls in their 20s, they become the role models for all the villages. They're going to knocking on doors, have better demographic data. So there's a lot of these things we are doing that is all coming together into what we call weaving holistic well-being into everything we do.
Thank you, Sunny. You bring up 2 quick points. One is go to the real problem, not the symptom. And second, I love the passion, of course. So, Jeanette, one last thing for you. Any prediction for the impact investing sector in Asia?
So I think what will be really critical in impact investing is really, which is my other question, blended finance, particularly concessional equity. So currently today, ADB manages about $1.5 billion in concessional financing. And most of that is actually debt, and largely from government agencies, Japan, Canada, as well as Australia. And over the last decade, we've really seen how concessional debt has really moved the needle in a lot of our projects, whether it's a first time in a floating solar project, or even just buying down the rates. I think for us, though, particularly in equity, concessional equity, particularly in grant, is going to be a game changer. And so we've seen a lot of this type of concessional equity now coming out more towards climate. But the real critical part now is having that available for education, for healthcare, and also financial services. And the concessional equity can take in the form of first loss. It could also be used as an incentive structure where most of the donors who provide this can stop the interest rate at 6% and then they share it with the upside with others. So for me, that will be a real big development in impact investing.
Well noted, and we would echo that. The trends around these are global, and they are uniquely in the right direction of more concessional equity, more concessional debt, and supportive capital, catalytic capital. We're all looking forward to this, and that'll be awesome. Thank you, Jeanette. Thank you, everybody. We could sit here and talk for the longest time, and we will eat into people's lunch, literally. So let's thank everybody for being attentive, and appreciate the panel's comments, distinctive viewpoints, so much to take away. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give another round of applause to all the speakers who shared their insights this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to furthering our conversation over the rest of the day and beyond.
And thank you all for joining us. Do take your time over lunch to network with all the delegates. Our lunch and learn sessions are still open, so do look them up on the conference app and join. And please do join one of our many breakout sessions in the afternoon, and the post-lunch sessions at the One Asia stage. The afternoon sessions will begin at 2:30 p.m. Thank you, and have a great rest of the day.